Political and Organizational Review. The following is the Political and Organizational Review of the CPI Maoist, which was unanimously adopted by the Unity Congress, 9th Congress. The review covers the period since the uprising of Naxalbari peasants' armed struggle until the time of the Congress in January–February 2007. This gives an overall picture of the development of the People's War during this period. Index. Political Organization. Review of Maoist Communist Centre of India. Some aspects of the party history. Political Organization Review of CPI-ML. People's War. Political Organizational Report of the CPI Maoist. Political Organizational Review Report of the Maoist Communist Centre of India. Preface. The current international and domestic situation is highly favorable to revolution. In such a situation, it is necessary to concretize the subjective preparations for revolution. Through the following organizational report, our objective would be to help take ahead this very task. Before proceeding towards our organizational review, however, it would befit us to state very briefly the positions that we adopted hitherto on political questions. It is common knowledge that even while remaining involved in the process of advancing our political and military line in the light of the directives of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, we keenly and deeply observed certain changes that had been occurring from time to time in international and national spheres. While correctly analyzing these changes, we took some important decisions. Accordingly, our positions on these issues were as follows. In the wake of the coup in the Communist Party of China by the Deng clique and Deng revisionism, and the degeneration of socialist China into a capitalist country following the demise of Great Mao, we described the Chinese party as a revisionist bourgeois party, and China as a capitalist country. Then, as Soviet social imperialism tore away its socialist mask due to its intensifying serious crisis, we termed it as simply imperialism instead of social imperialism, and as a weak superpower. Thereafter, especially when we found no manifestation during the U.S. attack on Afghanistan and Iraq of even the role that a weak superpower should have played, we withdrew our analysis of Russia as a weak superpower and thought it relevant to describe it as a strong imperialist armed with nuclear weapons. Among the basic contradictions on the international plane, we withdrew the fourth contradiction, i.e., the contradiction between the socialist system and the imperialist system that no more existed as a contradiction between two diametrically opposed systems, though it persisted as a contradiction between the imperialist system and socialist forces, and with the mention that ever since the success of the Russian Revolution of 1917, this contradiction did exist until the demise of Great Mao. We clarified that should revolution occur in a country once again, this contradiction would at once come to the fore as a basic contradiction. As regards the question of era, since the beginning we have been considering the formulation adopted by the 9th Congress of the CPC. The present era is an era of the total collapse of imperialism and worldwide victory of socialism, to be a principle of strategic importance. We have also been calling it an era of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. In those days, the erstwhile CPI, ML, too upheld this position on the question. For the present, in view of the larger interests of revolutionary unity, we have resolved to describe the era as one of imperialism and proletarian revolutions, an era that is divided into different phases and levels, with tremendous changes having occurred in economic and political spheres on both the international and national planes since the Second World War. All the same, we still maintain that it would be appropriate to accept the 9th CPCI Congress's above analysis as a correct strategic concept. In January 2000, in order to further raise the level of the ongoing class struggle, we thought it necessary to draw a clear-cut line of demarcation from ultra-modern revisionism, an opponent of Mao thought in the guise of Mao thought. It was with this understanding that we decided to use the term Marxism-Leninism-Maoism in place of the earlier Marxism-Leninism-Mao thought, which we had been using to describe our guiding ideology and directive principles. Thus, we realized, on the one hand, the relevance of drawing a sharp line of demarcation with the ultra-modern revisionism of CPI, ML liberation, etc., and, on the other, the possibility of uniting with genuine Maoists on the national-international plane. In fact, from the inception itself, our organization considered as utmost important the analysis of our founder and leader, Comrade Kanhai Chatterjee, that in essence there was no difference between Mao thought and Maoism, that there was no Chinese wall between the two, and that thought and ism were synonymous. It is in this perspective that we use the term Maoism today. Through experience, we learnt that it was by doing so that we could further raise the level of our ongoing class struggle. Thus, while adopting some necessary changes from time to time, we could continue the internal and external struggle, drawing a clear-cut line of demarcation with revisionism in theoretical and organizational matters, in order to build a theoretically and politically sound and well-systematized party. We went on to achieve successes in uniting with genuine Maoist communist revolutionaries at the international and national levels, as and when we could make headway in developing our political and military line since 2000 on defeating the opportunists within and outside our party through a long and arduous struggle. As far as uniting with Maoist revolutionaries at the national level was concerned, the signs of a qualitative leap became evident right since the beginning of 2003. The MCC's unity with ERCCI, M, and RCC and M in January 2003, the resolution of many of the main points on the question of our unity with the CPI, ML, People's War, in February, the founding of the PLGA on the 22nd of April, the unity between the CPI, ML, 2nd CC, and the MCCI in May, the unity with the RCCI, MLM in September were clear instances of the above. Thereafter commenced the long-awaited initiatives towards transforming selected guerrilla zones, strategic areas, into base areas while giving concrete shape to our perception of People's Army and base area, and towards mobilizing various revolutionary forces together with the revolutionary peasant committees to form revolutionary people's committees while developing the PLGA into a PLA, and towards building a united front through the correct process and method. Our organization has a long history of development and expansion while adhering to the basic line and putting it into practice. Moreover, a number of documents have been published from time to time about the ups and downs, weak and strong aspects, losses and achievements, criticisms and self-criticisms throughout the period of our development and expansion. Such important documents as those regarding strategy and tactics, the armed agrarian revolutionary war, and the building of an army and base area, our view on the elections, the problem of nation-states and the tasks of communists, and the mass line, to be specific, can always be referred to. Having said that, the main objective behind the present political. Our perception on building the People's Army base area and the initiation, development, and expansion of our work. It is well known that the history of our organization, steered under the able leadership of Comrade Kanhai Chatterjee, commenced soon after the revisionist 7th Congress of the CPM held in 1964. After functioning in its wake in the form of Chinta and Dakshindesh Group for some time, ultimately, on October 20, 1969, under the leadership of Comrades Kanhai Chatterjee, Amulya Sen, and Chandra Shekhar Das, our organization took on concrete form as the Maoist Communist Center, a basic document on strategy and tactics, authored by Comrade Kanhai Chatterjee In May 1969, a short while before the MCC formation, became the basic political foundation of our organization. It was in this document that for the first time Kanhai Chatterjee's view that it was essential to draw a clear demarcation line with revisionists as a whole came to the fore concretely. Later, in accordance with the document on strategy and tactics, another invaluable article by Carm K.C., Get Going with the Armed Agrarian Revolution. Intensify the Task of Building the Army and Base Area, published in 1970, was established as the orientation for our practical work. In our organization, this document, published in Dakshindesh and Lal Pataka, Special Issue No. 1, has been considered a basic document, one that is adhered to in all our practical work. The most important aspect of this document was the point that in order to truly advance the Indian Revolution, work should not be done spontaneously anywhere. Instead, the most favorable areas for building the army and base areas, those referred to as strategic areas, should necessarily be selected for our work. As far as our own work is concerned, it was with this view that we considered as the first strategic area our Assam-Tripura area, and as the second strategic area, the vast expanse spread over our special area formed with erstwhile Bihar and the western part of West Bengal. For us, as well as for the revolutionaries at large, another important article by Kamar K.C. on drawing a clear line of demarcation with parliamentist ideas, and the line of the new and old revisionists of India entitled Struggle with All Might Against Parliamentist Politics and Capitulationism, Hold Aloft the Banner of Protracted People's War, published in Lal Pataka 12, is an invaluable treasure. This article underscores our basic and fundamental line regarding our viewpoint on elections. It was on the basis of this line that our entire organization was oriented towards negating the parliamentist path and boycotting the parliamentary polls, and even today remains firm on this line, advancing the path of armed struggle and gradually spreading and intensifying the agrarian revolutionary guerrilla war. Experience has taught us that only by remaining firm on this line can we take ahead the Indian Revolution towards ultimate victory. In other words, just as we drew a clear line of demarcation on the question of line with revisionists, the building of a people's army and base area became the main focus of all our work. Meanwhile, it had already been spelt out through our document on strategy and tactics that since 1947, our country had transformed into one with a neo-colonial type of semi-colonial, semi-feudal system, and that there neither was independence of any sort, nor even a trace of democracy. The basic objective of the present stage of Indian Revolution would be to uproot imperialism and its lieutenants, feudalism and comprador bureaucrat capitalism. The revolution would be a national and democratic revolution, referred to as New Democratic Revolution. The agrarian revolution would be the foundation or axis of this new democratic revolution. Rural areas would be the main centers of the revolution. At the same time, it would be essential to award special importance to the work in urban areas. Our enemy was relatively big and powerful, whereas the revolutionary forces of the people were weak. However, this strength and weakness were not to remain permanent. Bit by bit, the strength of the enemy would develop into weakness, and the weakness of the revolutionary forces into strength. By virtue of its very nature, victory in our war would not be achieved at once. It would have a protracted character. The agrarian revolutionary guerrilla war would be a strategic feature of this war, and it would remain so till its end. In the beginning, revolutionary forces would be weak and in a state of strategic defense. They would then advance gradually and acquire a state of equilibrium with the enemy. Towards the end, they would become more powerful and reach the state of strategic offensive. Guerrilla warfare would be a principal feature of this war, and will remain so from the beginning to the end. However, For the decisive war, regular and mobile warfare would also be necessary. The state of positional warfare would arise only later, and for just a short time. A study of the mutual relationship between agrarian revolution, people's army, and base area in the light of the above strategic concepts, and MCCC's perceptions on how to handle the relationship and on its military line were laid out concretely in Kamruk's document on the army and the base area. It was stated in this document that, without agrarian revolution, it would not be possible to build a people's army. Then, without the people's army, it would not be possible to establish a base area. At the same time, without a base area, it would not be possible to sustain a people's army. And without the people's army and base area, it would not be possible to take the agrarian revolution to its culmination. The above statement makes it clear that the question of agrarian revolution is a fundamental question for a predominantly agricultural, semi-colonial, semi-feudal country with uneven development. If this question were to be ignored, it would be baseless to talk of any kind of revolution or change. The resolution of this very question would, in fact, create the basis of revolutions and changes in such countries. Without resolving this question, neither the question of liberation from imperialism nor that of emancipation from class exploitation by the feudal landlords and the comprador bureaucrat bourgeoisie, nor liberation of nationalities can be resolved. The question of agrarian revolution would not be a question of peasants alone. This is a question of the vast masses of the country. It cannot be resolved without the worker-peasant alliance led by the working class. The first task of the proletariat and the Communist Party leading it would be to consolidate and well systematize the basis of the worker-peasant alliance. Towards this end, our work should be commenced and developed in accordance with our strength and capacity, in selected strategic areas in a well-determined and planned manner. It was to put this idea into practice that our organization raised the slogan, "Finest revolutionaries go to the villages," and began sending the greater part of the finest among our professional revolutionaries from the cities to the rural parts. Our work in the rural areas began in the Dihi Sonarpur area of 24 Parganas district, close to Kolkata. In Sonarpur, we could build some militant struggles. These struggles, however, could not be advanced too far. Nevertheless, through this struggle, we could gain some positive experiences of work in rural areas. On synthesizing these experiences, certain concrete directives could be deduced for our work in the rural areas. Accordingly, activists were sent as per our strength and capacity, not only to 24 Parganas, Midnapur, Malda, and Burdwan, but also to remote areas in the deep forests and hills of Assam, Tripura, Dhanbad, Hazarabad, and Gaya of erstwhile Bihar, and Gorakhpur in UP. Our aim in the villages was to build agrarian revolutionary movements and agrarian revolutionary guerrilla struggles, to develop them gradually, and to take ahead this process so as to develop the factors for building the party People's Army and the Revolutionary Peasants' Committee. This task could be accomplished not through the movements and struggles of the opportunist, revisionist, and parliamentist stream, but only through armed organizations equipped and enlightened with revolutionary theory and politics, and formed with the objective of armed struggle. Towards this end, it was necessary, at the outset, to propagate the politics of agrarian revolution. Without doing so, it would not be possible to arouse the peasant masses for the agrarian revolutionary struggle. Moreover, a consolidated and well-organized party organization, one that would constantly conduct and develop revolutionary movements and struggles, could not be built without cadres tested with steeling in the crucible of revolutionary struggles. Therefore, while going through the above process, we could weave together the interrelated threads of propaganda, struggle, and organization, thus systematizing the relationship. The few comrades, trained somewhat in urban work, who were sent to the villages in the then prevailing circumstances, were first given directions on how to make the masses join the guerrilla war. The comrades were asked to go to the villages keeping this task in mind and acquaint themselves with the basic problems there, while integrating with the peasants, especially the landless and poor peasants. Prepare a program for the revolutionary peasant struggle, while formulating the immediate and basic problems, and arm the masses and themselves with the existing weapons. On the basis of this program, prepare a plan to arouse the masses with revolutionary politics. Familiarize them with all kinds of work, including how to go about in a secret manner from the very beginning. In this way, while organizing the most active and advanced sections as mobile armed propagators and organizers, or as the backbone of the party, also organize them under the name of Revolutionary Peasants' Committee, and under its leadership launch the revolutionary peasant movement and armed resistance struggle in basically secret, illegal, and armed methods. With the above objective, the comrades were asked to vigorously raise two basic slogans, as well as some other slogans. The two basic slogans were I, land to the true peasants, 2, power to the revolutionary peasants, committees. The other slogans were I, build revolutionary peasants committees, and self-defense and people's militia squads, and guerrilla squads from village to village and area to area. 2. Without power in their hands, the people have nothing. The primary task was to arouse the masses with revolutionary politics on the basis of these slogans and to conduct, to some extent, conscious and direct movements and revolutionary peasant struggles. With those who have been tested through their participation in these, were to be formed revolutionary peasant committees as a transitional organization to seize local power, as well as self-defense squads, people's militia squads, and guerrilla squads from village to village and area to area. In accordance with the above directives, our work began afresh in some police station areas of 24 Parganas district and in Kangsa Budbud Osgram of Burdwan district, both in West Bengal. Shortly, a revolutionary peasant struggle was built, and new experiences were being gained. In particular, on taking lessons from the struggle in 24 Parganas, and, in this light, carrying out the struggle of Kangsa Budbud Osgram. There was a fresh uprising on a more developed plane than before. During the 1973-76 period, which included the emergency period, at a time when revolutionary peasant struggles all over India were subject to vicious attacks, including encirclement and suppression, the revolutionary peasant struggle under MCC's leadership could boldly face the repression unleashed by the enemy, holding aloft the banner of agrarian revolution at Kangsa. That experience would undoubtedly find its place as a glorious chapter in the history of the Indian revolutionary struggle. As far as our own development was concerned, we could gather an extremely positive and rich experience on many basic issues related with the actual work of agrarian revolution. These included the importance of firmly implementing the mass line and class line, the importance of building able cadres from among the landless and poor peasants, and establishing them until the level of leadership, the importance of the formation of revolutionary peasant committees, including different levels of the party, and of conducting their activities, and the importance and method of building the military organization gradually from the lowest level, i.e. self-defense squads, to regular guerrilla squads, the importance of building various revolutionary mass organizations. As the level of political and organizational, subjective preparations in the area were not enough to match the massive attacks of the enemy, and the area was not vast enough to conduct the maneuvers of guerrilla war, the Kangsa struggle was forced to retreat. Even so, the experiences gained from the Kangsa struggle became the basis on which we were able to raise the agrarian revolutionary guerrilla struggle in the Bihar-Jharkhand-Bengal special area to the advanced level that we witness today. Over the long course of the armed struggle waged under the leadership of the MCC, the Kangsa struggle has, therefore, been considered as our second foundation. It was only by enriching the above experience through generalization, and by traversing a course to implement our line and method of work more firmly than we did before, that we could extend our struggle areas, develop a profound mass base through agrarian revolutionary struggles, while developing a local leadership mainly from among landless and poor peasants, build the organizational structure of the party organization right from the cells and areas until the higher levels. Develop the military formations from self-defense squads and people's militia squads to local regular guerrilla squads, and thereon to platoons, companies, etc., and declare the building up of the PLGA with efforts to develop it into a PLA. Thus, we continue while developing the framework of the Revolutionary Peasants' Committees from the village level to the area, district border, and division levels, right up to the state level, to advance further during the current process of building guerrilla base areas, towards qualitatively developing them into revolutionary committees of the disciplined and armed masses, equipped with revolutionary politics, that is, into revolutionary people's committees. Evidently, it was by firmly adhering to the above process and method that all our areas, including the Bihar, Jharkhand, Bengal special area, could march ahead on consolidating and well systematizing the party organization. Building the party organization, while proceeding with the theory and practice of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, meaning thereby its policy and approach, has been a challenging task for our organization. The line was decided long before. Once that was decided, the issue was to put it into practice. Comrades were sent to various places to do so. Practice has indeed been the issue that ascertains one's level of commitment to theory, and also the correctness of the theory. At the present stage, the objective of the Indian Revolution remains to accomplish the task of building the People's Army and base area, through the path of armed agrarian revolutionary guerrilla war and protracted people's war, and to accomplish the new democratic revolution while destroying the present semi-colonial, sem-feudal system. This objective can only be fulfilled by forming, while advancing on a definite path with that orientation, the three magic weapons: the party, the army, and the united front. The factors of revolution can certainly not be strengthened, concentrated, expanded, and developed unless a definite path is adopted in order to fulfill the immediate and ultimate goals of revolution. This truth has emerged through our long experience of work. It has also emerged that our political and military line that was developed as many as 36 years ago remains correct and relevant even today, for it was by marching ahead with this line that we could achieve our objectives in practice, and are still doing so. Further, it has also emerged that it may be easy to talk in words about revolution, but to put theory into practice after having accepted it in words, that is to set up a mutual relationship between words and deeds, was never an easy task. It can, therefore, not be accomplished by one and all. It is only if one remains firm on revolutionary theory and puts it into practice over a period that one fetches recognition as a true revolutionary. It is widely acknowledged that Comrade Kanhai Chatterjee, Comrade Amulya Sen, and Comrade Chandrasekhar Das were the founders, leaders, and teachers of our organization, and that Kanhai Chatterjee was General Secretary of our organization, who gave the orientation for our theoretical, political, and organizational line as well as our practical work. Incidentally, we should necessarily mention here that a short while after the formation of the MCC, in November 1969 to be precise, one of our founders, leaders, and teachers, Comrade Chandrasekhar Das, was killed by CPI Gundas. Thereafter, Comrade Kanhai Chatterjee and Amulya Sen remained at the helm. In 1978, with mutual consultations, They reorganized the CC all over again and strengthened it with comrades who had been tried and tested thus far during our work in Bihar Bengal Special Area, West Bengal, Assam Tripura, and other states. Kaman Amulya Sen and Koma Kahanhai Chatterjee passed away in March 1981 and March 1982, respectively. After them, the theoretical, political, and practical orientation was given by the CC they had formed. The above concisely covers the work begun and developed by our stream on the basis of the concept of building the People's Army and base area. Now, let us go on to the measures adopted to strengthen the party. The organizational line and structure should be formulated and built only with the view of putting the political line into practice. We have already mentioned that the present stage of revolution in our country, new democratic revolution, would be successful only through armed agrarian struggle and protracted people's war. Towards this end, we have decided that only building the army and base area would be the basic, principal, central, and immediate task at present. The question now arises as to what should the structure of our party be like in order to accomplish the above task. Should it conform to the party structure of the Russian model, which means conforming to the strategy of insurrection, or to that of the Chinese model? From our analysis, we inferred that the party structure in countries like India should conform to the Chinese model. That would mean that the organizational structure would not conform to the current administrative structure, i.e., state, district, etc. Instead, it would have the forms of special area/special zone, zone, subzone, area, etc., conforming to the strategic area selected according to the viewpoint and the needs of war and of building the army and base area. In keeping with this very viewpoint, from the inception stage itself, we adopted the organizational form of a strategic area, namely that of a special area committee, followed by regional, zonal, subzonal, area committees, cell, etc. Experience has taught us that without the concept of special area, or special zone, the question of building the army and base area would only remain empty talk. It would never be put into practice. On the lines of this concept, through our first and second Central Conferences in 1989 and 1996, respectively, we systematized the organization serially, from the highest committee down to the lowest level, that is, up to the basic unit, in accordance with the precept of democratic centralism. At present, the Central Committee remains the highest committee of our organization, subordinate to which in serial order are the special area, state, regional, incorporating 3 or 4 zonal committees, zonal, subzonal, and area committees, and the cells that, being at the lowest level, are the basic units. Besides, at the central level, we have a Central Military Commission, CMC, and committees looking after some special departments. Further, a short time ago we had taken up a plan to form a Central Regional Bureau with CC members, each responsible for a vast area. The party advances further as correct line wins during internal struggle. Since October 20, 1969, when our organization came to be known as the MCC, the first internal struggle in our organization took place in 1974 to 75. The central question around which this struggle arose was, we must rethink upon how correct is the policy to keep on waging the armed struggle right now in rural areas, close to the city for sure, and for that matter, in remote rural areas as well. MCC's line is also left deviationist, like CM's line, etc., etc. Vigorous political, ideological, and theoretical struggles naturally took place in opposition to such wrong thinking, having revisionist trends. Finally, as this wrong line was altogether exposed politically, its few spokesmen fled the arena of struggle, parting ways with the organization. There was no division in the organization on the line question as a consequence of this internal struggle. Instead, with the isolation of those having revisionist trends, the organization emerged more cohesive and consolidated than it was earlier. Even after this, at times there were polemics within the organization on some questions. These, however, could be settled through internal political struggle, discussion, and political education, thus strengthening the organization all the more. Then, since August 1999, a debate arose during a CC meeting around the question, in what serial order should the portraits of our leadership be arranged, and what should be the Marxist-Leninist manner of doing so? After a 7-day debate and argument-counter-argument in the CC, it was concluded that the first portrait should be of whoever has made the greatest contribution in determining our line and putting into practice. A written resolution was also adopted, signed by all the CC members, whereby we were to have Commerce KC's portrait first, followed by those of Com Amulya Sen and Com Chandra Shekhar Das. Later, however, Ba and BH formed a clique within the party against this resolution, whereupon it became evident that they were not prepared to agree with the solution arrived at. Therefore, waging a two-line struggle became inevitable. Meanwhile, the misdeeds of the traitorous Dung clique on the international plane, whereby Mao thought was sought to be belittled and not to be portrayed as an advancement over Marxism-Leninism, and those of its ardent disciple in India, the Liberation Group, whereby the historical and international importance of Mao thought was being sought to be totally negated, had already surfaced. Ever since then, our CC had been considering it necessary to draw a sharp line of demarcation with those who had been making a wrong interpretation of Mao thought. As part of this thinking process, an opinion was in the making within the CC, since around 1997 to 98 itself, that it would be proper to use the term Maoism instead of Mao thought. It was in this process that the CC, in its January 2000 meeting, was giving concrete shape to this opinion. After 6 days of debate and discussion, an important resolution was adopted, which said that it would be scientific, correct, and appropriate to coin the term Maoism in order to draw a sharp line of demarcation with the most modern revisionism that puts forth its analysis as Mao thought. Eventually, it became apparent that there were serious differences even on this issue within the CC. Thus, to resolve this as well, a two-line struggle was inevitable. For the second time, a two-line struggle began within the organization, basically on the above two issues, in a very severe and vigorous manner. Later, two more issues got added to these. They were, would it be correct to unilaterally cease the clashes with the PW? 2. Would it not be correct to join the RIM? A sharp and severe debate, that is two-line struggle, ensued, focusing on the issue of adopting the term Maoism, even while the need to clearly distinguish between the right and the wrong on the other three issues also emerged. In this two-line struggle against the opportunist BA and BH clique, the correct line ultimately won, with the entire membership in all states, but for a 2 or 3 isolated opportunists in West Bengal, remaining with us. Overall, we could take a leap ahead as a result of this struggle. The opponents, i.e., BA and BH clique, made a leap backwards, taking flight from the arena of armed struggle, maintaining no ties with the armed struggle and degenerating into individuals having nothing to do but spread slander about the armed struggle. Only after emerging successfully through this two-line struggle could our CC make headway towards fulfilling many of our tasks. Our achievements were as follows. With the objective of taking ahead the struggle against the most modern or ultra-modern revisionism and of raising the level of revolutionary and armed class struggle, we adopted Marxism-Leninism-Maoism as the theoretical weapon blazing our path, and thus became capable of sharpening it even further. 2. We became capable of achieving unity with the genuine Maoist revolutionaries on the national and international planes. 3. we became capable of making a concrete analysis of exactly what phase the armed struggle under MCC's leadership was in. On this basis, we also became capable of planning somewhat concretely as to how the army and base area would be formed. FAR. While we defined the present level of our struggle as an agrarian, revolutionary guerrilla war, we also became capable of forming our military organization, according to our present level, as the People's Liberation Guerrilla Army. While we took ahead the work of the Revolutionary Peasants' Committees, we were able to systematize our ideas on when and through what process we should form the Revolutionary People's Committees. We could adopt a plan of action to advance the process and procedure to form the United Front as a magic weapon. It was due to the above achievements that we could take the leap forward. Without strengthening the party organization, neither the basic nor principal, immediate, or any other task can be advanced. It goes without saying that to make revolution, we need a revolutionary communist party, a party that would be formed with a revolutionary style and method, one based on Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, and equipped with some other qualities. All these are theoretical aspects. Much has already been said on this issue, and much will still be said. However, while discussing the conditions of the party, we would not like to merely reiterate the principles. We would rather discuss all those points that are confronting us today while strengthening the party. It would be more fruitful, therefore, to talk about the party from a practical standpoint. What do we need to do today? We have to take the new democratic revolution of India towards victory gradually by building the army and base areas and extending the agrarian revolutionary guerrilla war, that is, people's war. At this moment, what exactly do we need to do on the question of building the army and base areas? We wish to build our local regular guerrilla squads, platoons, and companies in largest possible numbers while well systematizing our self-defense squads and people's militia. To systematize our revolutionary peasant committees and proceed with them towards forming RPCs, and to mobilize the masses in various organizations and step up the agrarian revolutionary guerrilla war over a vast area. In this process, we wish to take firm steps towards building a strong base area. Now, has our party become streamlined and efficient enough to carry out these tasks? The answer is no. In fact, the truth is that our party organization is not yet as strong as to intensify and raise the level of our agrarian revolutionary guerrilla struggle. To build, in large numbers, our self-defense squads, area militia squads, and local regular guerrilla squads, platoons, and companies. To strengthen our revolutionary peasant committees as an effective organization that is, as an embryonic carrier organization oriented towards wielding power. To advance further towards forming as a form of people's government, the Revolutionary People's Committees. To build on various issues, the broadest possible revolutionary mass movements and mass resistance movements, while mobilizing the broad masses in various kinds of mass organizations, and to continuously expand our struggle areas, and to accomplish all these tasks in an efficient manner. Therefore, it is our immediate task to make continuous efforts to strengthen the party. Strengthen the party through struggle against petty bourgeois ideology and its manifestations. Since India is a semi-colonial and semi-feudal country, we have a large petty bourgeois population. In our party as well, we have a large number. Therefore, at times, we find reflections of the petty bourgeois ideology in politics in the form of left or right deviations, and in the organizational aspects in the form of sectarianism. The petty bourgeois way of living gives rise to subjectivism in thought, and due to one-sidedness and partiality, the political viewpoint of the petty bourgeoisie vacillates between left and right, or gives rise to stagnation. Due to the limited sphere of their mode of living, and in general, the petty bourgeois way of thinking, especially in a backward, economically and politically uneven and decentralized social environment, petty bourgeois persons in their organizational life tend to get caught up in individualism and sectarianism and certain habits. Consequently, they get isolated from the common masses. When the petty bourgeois trend gets reflected within the party, then bureaucracy, patriarchal authoritarianism, individualism, heroism, semi-anarchism, liberalism, ultra-democracy, partiality towards one's own set of persons, groupism and such ways of thinking emerge. As a result, on the one hand, the gaps in the party's relationship with the masses widen, and on the other, the internal unity of the party gets damaged. The petty bourgeois ideology has three detrimental aspects. They are subjectivism in ideology, left and right deviation in politics, and sectarianism in organization. All these aspects can more or less be found in our organization. Undoubtedly, they are opposed to Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, and are reflections of petty bourgeois ideology. In the interest of the party and the masses, it is most essential to overcome the obstacles of petty bourgeois ideology and to equip the party with proletarian ideology through the method of education. Firmly practice democratic centralism and the correct method of leadership within the party. Comrade Mao Zedong had said, "From the masses to the masses." This should be the correct political line to be adopted. If this line has to really come from the masses and moreover go to the masses, then it would be not due to only have a deep relationship between the party and the masses, i.e., classes and people outside the party. Having a deep relationship between leading bodies of the party and party members, i.e., organizers, cadre, and common activists, is of primary importance. Secondly, having correct organizational policies is also important. We in our party must certainly put this policy into practice. We must also be skilled in practicing this policy even in difficult conditions. Every comrade knows that our party is a secret party engaged in armed struggle. We are constantly subject to all-round attacks by the enemy, including encirclement and suppression. In such a situation, should the party not be strictly secret, it would not be possible to advance the armed struggle while facing every attack by the enemy. It is but natural that in a secret party, in reality, it is a somewhat difficult task to practice all the precepts of democratic centralism, especially with excessive attacks by the enemy going on constantly. Some difficulties do arise in minutely implementing democracy. Even so, in the present phase, as far as possible, we must practice the policy of from the masses to the masses. We must also practice, as far as possible, the various precepts of democracy, such as having deep relationships between the party and the masses outside the party, and between the leading bodies and the cadre and common activists. According to the Constitution, delegates should necessarily elect various party committees during conferences of the respective committees. At times, general bodies, special meetings, or plenums comprising senior comrades can also be called on some special issues. In this way, in the given circumstances, efforts must be constantly made to practice democracy as far as possible. As far as centralism is concerned, it would be centralism based on democracy. From experience, we understand that if the party, right from the Central Committee to the lowest leading bodies, remains linked with the arena of struggle and with its problems, then the interrelationship between centralism and democracy would be practiced in a correct and lively manner. Otherwise, there would be bureaucracy or authoritarianism in the name of centralism and unsystematic and spontaneous methods instead of democracy. Therefore, we must make every possible effort to practice the precise relationship between democracy and centralism within the party in a concrete and lively manner, keeping in view the circumstances. Moreover, during our actual work, we must make efforts to practice the method of leadership as directed by Comrade Mao. The task of the leadership is not merely to issue orders, but also to help solve the actual problems that comrades may be grappling with. Therefore, in order to strengthen the party, a major aspect is to implement the correct method of leadership and practice all the precepts of democratic centralism within the party in a lively manner. Without raising the political level of party activists, the party cannot become strong. As is generally known, under the leadership of the Maoist Communist Center, revolutionary work is underway in some states, and the revolutionary class struggle is intense in one or two states. It is the Central Committee, and under it, the Bihar-Jharkhand-Bengal Special Area Committee, North Bihar-North UP-Uttarakhand Special Area Committee, Lower Assam Zonal Committee, Bengal State Committee, Punjab State Committee, Orissa State Organizing Committee, etc., that basically provide leadership to the revolutionary class struggles. We also have some committees of the zonal and area levels in UP, Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu, and Karnataka. There are in all nearly 6,000 party members of the MCC active at various places. Of these, more than 70% are from landless and poor peasants, about 15% from middle peasants, about 2% from rich peasants, nearly 5% from the working class, and nearly 8% from the petty bourgeoisie. Adivasis and Dalits constitute a major portion of our party membership. Certainly, this is a positive aspect from the point of view of the class line. We must certainly maintain this aspect in future because without remaining firm on the class line, the revolution cannot succeed. However, the actual problem before us is that since a great majority of our activists are from peasant families and are Adivasis and Dalits, they are generally uneducated. Due to this, it is very difficult for them to learn through books. On the other hand, intellectual professional comrades within the party are too few in number as compared to the need. For this reason, the task of imparting Marxist education and party education to the large number of worker-peasant activists remains a problem before us. Moreover, due to the continuing encirclement and suppression campaign, it appears somewhat difficult to arrange too many party classes in our struggle areas. Due to these various reasons, the political level of common activists has not been advancing shoulder to shoulder with the concrete situation of the class struggle. Consequently, it seems as if the struggle has advanced ahead and the party leading the struggle has fallen somewhat behind. This lag must be covered as soon as possible. Only by raising the political level of activists can this be done. Some concrete steps ought to be taken to raise the political level of our party activists. These may be I. Organizing party schools according to a syllabus decided by the main leading committee of the particular state, according to the specific conditions there, for both senior and common activists, who, deciding in advance the topics and the comrades who would be taking the class. 3. Apart from various aspects of Marxism, a general understanding of geography, history, and science should also be made part of the syllabus. 4. Every time a party school is held, it should last for at least a few days. It is very necessary to hold special party classes of selected comrades under the guidance of the Central Committee. These classes should be organized with the objective of preparing the selected comrades to take classes further. Under the guidance of the Central Committee, it is most essential at the present juncture to hold classes for senior comrades of various mass organizations, including the All India mass organizations. In this class, we should have discussion on some advanced topics, as well as points related to the line and our work style. Furthermore, in order to raise the political level of the entire party, comrades of higher committees, right up to the highest committee, should pay special attention to raising their own political level as much as possible. They should not remain dependent only upon their experience. In order to decisively defeat various ideological and political lines, causing confusions currently, they ought to study individually and collectively the significant writings of our great teachers. Without such study, we would not be able to defeat the theoretical moves that the current modern revisionists cast. To some extent, we could improve the situation in the party that prevails today and emerge stronger, if we would fulfill the above tasks well. However, we have certain weaknesses as far as educating party activists is concerned. First, although the problem of educating activists remains serious, yet some leading party committees would not be very serious about it. Secondly, party classes, though conducted once in a while, would not be continued regularly. Thirdly, there happens to be a lack of the tendency of having discussions on some topic or the other with the urge to gain knowledge everywhere and at all times. This weakness pervades various levels of the party and squads both. In order to really raise the political level of our party activists, we ought to be serious about the matter. We must encourage conducting discussion on some topic or the other, promoting the urge to gain knowledge, both in the party and the squads. We ought to create a political environment throughout the party and squads and conduct classes for political education regularly. We must remember that if the ideological political level of our common activists does not advance, we may prove unable to wage political struggle against revisionism, especially that of CPI, CPM, liberation, and that of other lines. Besides, the possibility of various kinds of wrong trends and wrong styles and methods of work raising their head in the party may also increase. We must also remember that in case we fail to prepare some capable cadres, theoretically and practically, we would be able to form and run neither the party, nor Army and Revolutionary Peasant Committee, nor mass organizations and United Front. So as to ensure that such a situation does not arise, we must pay special attention to raising the political level of our common activists. Adopting a casual approach towards this task would prove highly detrimental to us. The present status of our party in various states in brief. The status of our party in the various states in which we are working is as follows. I Bihar Jharkhand Bengal Special Area Committee. Earlier, the Bihar-Jharkhand Bengal Special Area was the second among our priority areas. This became the first priority when the possibilities that we were expecting in the Northeast got deferred. This special area included a part of the then Bihar, including today's Jharkhand, specifically the portion to the south of the Ganga, and several parts of West Bengal adjoining Jharkhand, such as the western part of Purulia, Bankura, Madnapur, and a small part of Birbhum and Bardwan districts. The entire area was divided into various parts where activists were deployed. The chosen parts had an excellent terrain with the view to conduct guerrilla war. Moreover, the area was also rich in natural resources. However, it was very backward economically, politically, and socially. It was with a perspective way back to form a base area by preparing and developing guerrilla war, taking Jharkhand as the focus and a considerable expanse all around it, which included the vast plains of central Bihar, that this special area was chalked out. In the then prevailing circumstances, the specific highlights of the perspective and foresight of our leaders were correct selection of area, proper deployment of activists, and equipping our activists with the understanding of building a movement and struggle, while drawing a clear-cut line of demarcation with revisionism. The activists deployed at almost all areas began their work towards building a struggle. Each area experienced various phases of ups and downs. Ultimately, as we continued with the agrarian revolutionary guerrilla struggle over a long time, we could form various levels of party committees from the Special Area Committee downwards up to the Area Committee and cell levels, such as subzonal, zonal, and regional committees. During the process of linking up one area with another and spreading into neighboring areas, the Bihar-Jharkhand Bengal Special Area did not remain limited only to these three states, and only to the areas selected earlier. The area spread to most districts of Jharkhand and South Bihar as well as to Uttar Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, and Orissa, developing a good organizational base even there. Taking as basic, principal, and immediate the task of building the People's Army and base area while working in the guerrilla zone as a whole, our agrarian revolutionary guerrilla war advanced, fighting back against the attacks of feudal lords and their private armies to give them a crushing defeat. In particular, glorious events such as thousands of peasant masses converging upon Dalel Chak Bagaura and Bara in Bihar in May 1987 and February 1992, respectively, and Kukra in Jharkhand in May 1992, in massive attacks on the reactionary strongholds there emerged as a feature of the raging revolutionary struggle. Casteist armies of feudals like Brahmarshi Sena, Sunlight Sena, Savarna Liberation Front, Bhumisena, and other counter-revolutionary armies were smashed and gutted thereby in the red fire of agrarian revolution. A similar struggle now continues with all fury to destroy Ranjir Sena, the joint army of all castes formed a few years ago. The stinging attack that the revolutionary masses launched upon Senari, then a stronghold of Ranveer Sena, was just such a recent instance. Moreover, the concrete achievements that we have today were possible also while the concrete gains as of today could be achieved through combating and defeating one cruel, massive campaign after another by the state machinery and its police and paramilitary forces. It was with this background that during the second meeting following the fourth conference of the Bihar-Jharkhand-Bengal Special Area Committee that we seriously gave thought to and analyzed the situation. We determined exactly what level our struggle had reached and the various aspects related to this. We thus found that 80 to 85% of the special area of Bihar-Jharkhand-Bengal had reached the stage of guerrilla zone. Accordingly, we decided our next important tasks. The central focus of these tasks remained the objective of transforming the guerrilla area into a base area as soon as possible. We implemented here and still continue to implement the entire strategy and tactics as demonstrated by Comrade Mao, particularly the policy of counter-encirclement against our encirclement by the enemy. This proved extremely useful to us and continued to be so. It is beyond doubt that among the various levels of committees under the MCCI, the tremendously significant revolutionary class struggle, that is, the agrarian revolutionary guerrilla struggle of Bihar, being led by the Bihar-Jharkhand-Bengal Special Area Committee, has been playing a leading role among the struggles being led by our organization. In reality, it was the socio-economic structure and the backdrop of feudal exploitation and oppression of Bihar and Jharkhand that had catapulted the class struggle here into playing a leading role in the arena of class struggle. Certainly, ever since a decision was taken many years ago to build North Bihar as a special area, and the North Bihar North Up Uttarakhand Special Area Committee was formally constituted 2 or 3 years ago, the intense, revolutionary class struggle under its leadership has become an important center among the struggles led by our organization. As a matter of fact, the brave peasant masses and brave comrades of Bihar and Jharkhand, by their first-ever retaliatory mass actions against the unilateral attacks of the landlords of Bihar and their private armies going on since long targeting the oppressed and suppressed poor, have opened up the correct path. By taking this path, the unilateral attacks by the feudals of Bihar can now be combated in a befitting manner. Such exemplary retaliatory mass actions, as mentioned above, are many in number. Besides, thousands of acres, nearly acres, of land belonging to landlords have been seized in struggles against feudals. In the entire Jharkhand area, as well as in Kidnapur, Banker, and Purlieu of Bengal, the specific feature of the ongoing class struggle has been to strengthen the roots of the MCC among divas and non-divas masses with our independent initiative and independent agenda, and thus advance the process of agrarian revolutionary guerrilla struggle, and to mobilize thousands of divas and non-divas masses with the orientation of class struggle and the aim of transforming Jharkhand into Falklands, the basis to advance the nationality movement. The Bihar-Jharkhand-Bengal Special Area Committee has led the Bihar-Jharkhand-Bengal Special Area. Advancing under the leadership of this committee, the struggle has steadily spread beyond Bihar to adjoining Uttar Pradesh and beyond Jharkhand to adjoining Chhattisgarh and, to some extent, to Orissa. At present, there are two regional committees under the Bihar-Jharkhand-Bengal Special Area Committee. They are 1. Bihar-Jharkhand-Uttar Pradesh Chhattisgarh Border Regional Committee, referred to generally as Bihar Regional Committee, and 2. Jharkhand-Bihar-Bengal-Orissa Border Regional Committee, referred to generally as Jharkhand Regional Committee. Under each of the two regional committees, there are 4 zonal committees. Under the Bihar Regional Committee, we have I. Northern Zonal Committee 2, Southern Zonal Committee 3, Bihar UP Border Zonal Committee, or Sone Ganga Zonal Committee, and IV Chhattisgarh Jharkhand Border Zonal Committee. Under the Jharkhand Regional Committee, we have I. Northern Chota Nagpur Zonal Committee 2, Southern Chota Nagpur Zonal Committee 3, Banka Jamui Bhagalpur Zonal Committee, and AFI, Midnapur Bankura Purulia Zonal Committee. There are 5 to 7 subzonal committees under every zonal committee, and 6 or 7 area committees under every subzonal committee. There are about party members under this special area, of whom more than 70% are from landless and poor peasant classes, and nearly 20% are women. As far as advancing women in every possible way is concerned, there is a need for us to take a special initiative to enhance the number of women party members. Leading a population of about 8 crores, over an area of about lakh square kilometers, this SAC is in the main up in arms against the state power at present. Therefore, we need to have many more party members. Towards this end, we would have to give party membership not only to professional revolutionaries, but also to non-professionals, and lay stress especially on forming party committees at the village level and the occupational level. We should certainly not afford any relaxation, but remain firm on the policy of forming all leading committees only with professional activists. Further, this SAC has a serious problem by way of inadequate grip on building the party and struggles in urban areas. Without overcoming these lacunae, we would, in the present circumstances, fail to take on the counter-revolution effectively. Therefore, we must, without delay, advance the task of preparing a solid party foundation in cities and industrial areas. At the end of the year 2002, the CC had, in view of the expansion and needs of the struggle, taken a decision to develop by all means as a distinct, independent area, the area under the Chhattisgarh-Jharkhand Border Regional Committee. Towards this end, a certain concrete plan was also worked out. Accordingly, the work and struggle has been advancing in this zone. However, it has yet not been possible to constitute a district special zone from this zone IPU. The formation of another special area, by the name of 3U, including North Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, has been an extremely important event for the development of Indian Revolution. As mentioned above, we had selection with the view to build the Army and Red Base area, the Bihar-Bengal, now Bihar-Jharkhand-Bengal Special Area, as a special area. Most of our work and struggle had then been advancing in South Bihar. Since 1990, a plan was adopted to advance our work and struggle in northern Bihar. As efforts to implement the plan drew results, the eastern, central, and western part of North Bihar finally emerged into a large area of agrarian revolutionary guerrilla struggle. Following the merger with the second CC, our strength increased greatly, especially so in North Bihar and East Bihar. By now, we have covered almost the entire eastern part of North Bihar. At present, the sharp and widespread agrarian revolutionary struggle that had been going on since many years against the dreaded big feudal lords of North Bihar appears to be intensifying. Thousands of acres of land, including ponds and orchards, have been seized from big landowners. In this process, self-defense squads, area militia squads, and LRGS have been formed as the form of military organization. Lately, a decision has been taken to advance the military formations up to the level of platoon. Programs such as seizing weapons and everything in attacks upon the house of a dreaded landlord and some important raids and ambushes were implemented. In July, there was the excellent action of a raid on a police camp at Simrahani, wherein several weapons, etc., were seized and all the policemen had surrendered. Revolutionary peasant committees at various levels were also formed, and the process of strengthening the women's, student youth, and intellectual and cultural fronts continues. Besides, an organization in the form of platform has been formed to take up the basic problem in North Bihar. Floods and some other programs are also being taken up. Then, in the wake of our second Central Conference of 1996, we adopted a plan to expand our work to some other areas of the country. Accordingly, efforts were made to advance work in the southern part of Uttarakhand, i.e. the Kumaon region. At this time, some active comrades of Uttarakhand who were earlier with the central team joined the MCCI. Hence, while selecting some districts where there was greater possibility of taking up struggle and sustaining it, we adopted a concrete plan to advance the work here and build a struggle, keeping in mind the objective of forming the People Army and Base area. According to this plan, the work began to develop and expand, and a program of some small struggle was also adopted. While going through the three processes of propaganda, struggle, and organization, we could, beginning with some party cell, ultimately go on to form area and subzone committees, and then a zonal committee. Recently in June, the zonal committee had its first conference with great fervor. Besides various levels of the party, a regular guerrilla squad, or LRGS, was formed, and revolutionary peasant committees were also formed, based on some villages and areas. Moreover, there are also various mass organizations of student, youth, and women, and a cultural organization. At present, the work is being advanced, making it more concrete in the area, and with the objective of waging some struggle at a higher level. Meanwhile, from North Bihar, our work and struggle began to expand also to some areas of UP, adjoining North Bihar. Later, we could obtain contacts even in Lakhimpur Kheri area. From Uttarakhand too, we obtained some contacts in Pilibhit area, and work was begun here. In this situation, the Central Committee made a review of the work in North Bihar, North UP, and Uttarakhand, and the possibility of forming the Army and Base area in this entire area. With this, we unanimously arrived at an important decision, keeping in view the overall interest of the Indian Revolution, that we must now advance the work in this entire area, i.e., North Bihar, North UP, and Uttarakhand, as a special area. This special area, in our view, had the following features. The class contradictions are sharp in a large part of this area. Therefore, the class struggle may spread rapidly. 2. The area has a dense population. It is an area that influences Indian politics. If we could launch a wave of armed revolution here, it would have a great impact upon central, northern, and, to some extent, also eastern India. 3. This area is adjoining Nepal, where a fierce people's war rages under the leadership of CPI Maoist. It has, however, not been possible to integrate as a whole the entire area falling under the 3U special area. Therefore, we should concentrate on this, and within a certain time frame, we must make firm efforts to attain the target. Under this special area, there has been an extensive growth in terms of the work and struggle in the area under the North Bihar Zonal Committee. This encompasses the area from the eastern end of North Bihar until beyond the western end, including some areas of UP. With our growth in this area in view, we have decided to divide it into 3 zonal committee areas and to form a regional committee above. Thus, we now have the following party committees at the lower level within the 3U special area. I. North Bihar Zonal Committee, 2. Uttarakhand Zonal Committee, and 3. Eastern Northern UP Sub-Zonal Committee. 3. West Bengal. As we have already explained before, the Dihi village area under Sonarpur police station in 24 Parganas district of West Bengal was the first place where our organization started work in a rural area. Thereafter, taking lessons from the experience of the Sonarpur struggle, we chalked out a plan to expand our work in the Sundarbans and other parts of 24 Parganas, Howrah, Hooghly, Malda, Birbhum, Kanksa Budbud Ausgram of Bardwan, and parts of Midnapur, Bankura, and Purulia, and among the workers in the industrial areas of Howrah, Hooghly. Our perspective was to have a Kolkata City Committee and a committee for the industrial area of Howrah, Hooghly in the urban and industrial areas. For the rest of our area of work, our perspective was to develop a guerrilla zone. Here, we set up our work in a configuration of zones, i.e. 24 Parganas Zone, Howrah Hooghly Midnapur Zone, Bardwan Birbhum Nadia Zone, and so on, and commenced work so as to conduct a revolutionary peasant movement and guerrilla struggle. Later, while expanding our work further, we included Dinajpur, Darjeeling, and Jalpaiguri, that is, the North Bengal area, into the fold of our work. In the course of development of the work, various zonal organizing committees and a West Bengal State Committee were constituted with the leading sections. In 1975, we too faced the ire of the nationwide emergency clamped by the then Prime Minister, Indira Gandhi. Nevertheless, in the post-1970-71 period, when the revolutionary struggle was forced to retreat, the flames of the armed agrarian revolution continued to rage in Kanksa, despite the massive state terror of the emergency period. Thereafter, with the coming to power of the Janata Party and the formation of the Left Front government in West Bengal, that is, in 1977-78, the revolutionary peasant struggle in the Sundarban area of 24 Parganas intensified to some extent. Thereafter, however, as we could not adequately retaliate against the enemy's encirclement and suppression campaign, this struggle also could not advance. In this period, the kind of work we did was limited to observing some occasions on particular dates and taking up some light programs. As an inevitable outcome of this, the mentality of avoiding struggle, stereotype methods of work, and getting caught up in a state of stagnancy emerged as the main problems. The history of the subsequent period was that of the then Secretary of the West Bengal State Committee, BA, not putting into practice the basic line of the MCC to build the armed agrarian revolution, as carried in issue number 1 of Dakshin Desh. The situation in West Bengal could change only after the BH clique that emerged within the CC was expelled from the party. In 2002, the W Bengal SC led by B was dissolved, and in its place a new ad hoc committee was constituted. Thereafter, following the unity of the MCCI with the RCCM in January 2003 and with the second CC in May 2003, the organization increased in strength, and in July 2003, the conference of the W Bengal SC was held successfully, thereby electing a new SC. According to the planning of this new committee, 4 zonal committees have recently been constituted. They are as follows: 1. Howrah Hooghly Midnapur Zonal Committee. 2. Burdwan Birbhum Nadia Murshidabad Zonal Committee. 3. North Bengal Zonal Committee. 4. Greater Kolkata City Committee, equivalent to Zonal Committee, etc. Besides the above committees, a Howrah Hooghly Industrial Area Party Committee has also been in existence. Under every zonal committee, there are some subzonal and area committees as well as cells. These committees have recently taken up the task of some struggle. Under the leadership of these committees, some self-defense squads, people's militias, LRGS, etc., and village and area-level committees of the KKC have been formed. Some successful actions and programs for the annihilation of reactionary enemies have also carried out successfully. Alongside the above, programs of mass movements have also been carried out through mass organizations. In such a situation, some important plans were chalked out for Bengal. It was decided to immediately take up struggle where the possibility for the same was the greatest. It was also more or less decided where our strategic area would be to wage a sustained struggle in the state, and what would be the tasks towards that end. Even so, stereotyped thinking and method of work, and lack of the firm will to break the stagnancy continue to be the man problem in Bengal. Our Assam Tripura. Geographically difficult to access, economically and politically backward, and socially eager to fight for self-determination, taking up arms, this region has been highly favorable for initiating and sustaining the armed agrarian, revolutionary guerrilla struggle against imperialism and feudalism. It was with this perspective that our organization had selected this area as the first priority area among all the strategic areas at the very inception stage. The special social features of all the northeastern states of India and proximity of Red China had also inspired us to allot first priority to this region. On this very basis, we had sent a part of our selected best revolutionaries here. In Tripura, 3 of our local leaders were even martyred. However, we could not achieve favorable results right away. Although there were many reasons for this, the main reason was that before working patiently to integrate with the masses, taking up their issues, either small or big, to develop some sort of movement, we were confronted with an extensive encirclement and suppression campaign conducted by the police and the armed forces. That was why we could not achieve favorable results right away. Nevertheless, finding no possibility to develop our work on the lines which we had been looking forward to, we withdrew most of our cadres, but for a small part which we left there, and deployed them elsewhere. Reviewing the previous work and by taking lessons, the CC once again started work there in a planned way in 1990. Assam was divided into 3 parts: Upper Assam, Lower Assam, and the Barak Valley. We thought of forming another area of work by combining the areas of Tripura that were adjacent to the Barak Valley and the Kachar area of Assam. Learning from the previous experiences and from the experiences of our work among another nationality, we applied them to the land of Assam and achieved good results. In many districts of Lower Assam, the organization began developing a firm grip. Gradually, some local youth became active as PRs in our organization. Local party committees, KKCs, and self-defense squads, area-level people's militia squads, and LRGSs began to take shape. The struggle against brutal, usurious exploitation, feudal oppression began. The process of linking with this struggle the questions of the language, education, culture, and the questions of equal right and equal status of the nationality began. Also, the struggle against robbery and dacoity, and against the social evils like rape began. During the process of these struggles, moneylenders and Gounda forces martyred our comrade Mukul in an attack. We undertook an action to avenge this loss, as a result of which the enthusiasm of the masses was further aroused. We now have a zonal committee that was elected at a conference, with a party structure comprising of 2 sub-zonal committees and 4 area committees below it. As part of the military organization, we have self-defense squads, people's militia squads, and 2 LRGS. In addition, we also have KKCs at the village and area level, and an organizational structure of mass organizations, such as a women's organization, a student youth organization, a cultural organization, and a resistance forum type of organization. However, the condition of these mass organizations is not good enough, as was desired. In January 2004, in advancing the struggle, our LRGS, along with the SDS, has snatched 4 rifles and a Stein gun from the forest security guards. In the history of Assam, this event carried out by a Maoist organization is an important event, which is carried out with the local leadership from the area of a nationality. Getting influenced by this event, the ULFA has sent a message of congratulation and also proposed to jointly fight against the common enemy. From this, it is proved that by developing the struggle with our own independent initiative, the development of friendly relation with the forces fighting the nationality struggles is possible. In Tripura, we do not have much work, except for some strong sympathizers and some contacts. After this initial success, however, our next step that remains to be taken would be to accomplish the important and necessary task of developing a struggle, sustaining it, and developing a guerrilla zone. For this, it is important to adopt the method of carrying out plans in the time frame that may have been specified. Thus, it is necessary to lay stress on strengthening the party, the army, the KKCs, and other mass organizations, and at the same time ever expanding the struggle area. Orissa. This is one of the backward states of India. Most of the area here is set amidst difficult-to-access hills and forests. The state has been afflicted with extreme poverty and administrative negligence. Our work started here in the districts of Cuttack and Jagat Singhpur, etc. Some PRs emerged in these districts. Some activists were sent with them to launch work in the remote and backward areas of Novapara, Balangir, etc. Work was later begun in some areas of Sambalpur, Deogar, Mayurbhang, Keonjhar, Sundargarh, and other districts. Meanwhile, in the Sambalpur-Deogar area, some program of the struggle, such as annihilating the class enemy and seizing guns from the enemy, were successfully carried out. In this way, our work in both the plains and forest areas has extended. At present, a state organizing committee has been functioning here, with some area committees functioning below. At some places, some units of KKCs are functioning at village level, and in Deogar Sambalpur area, an LRGS has also been constituted. In addition, mass organizations for work among women, student youth, cultural activists, and intellectuals are also in existence. A resistance platform type of organization also exists here. Punjab. It is well known that Punjab has a glorious legacy of armed struggle against imperialism and feudal kings and nawabs. Therefore, even today, Punjab occupies an important place on the map of the People's War presently raging in the country, especially with the comprador ruling classes clamoring about the success of the Green Revolution. The growth and extension of the Maoist Party and the revolutionary struggle in Punjab is a development that has a great influence on the Indian Revolution. The CPI Maoist, as is common knowledge, has been carrying on revolutionary work in Punjab since long. In 4 districts, there has been intense work to some extent, and in an equal number of districts, there has been work capable of creating some influence. Now, with the emergence of the MCCI, following the unity of the MCC with this group, a Punjab State Committee has been formed, comprising some leading comrades of that state, and those who have some knowledge of the prevailing socio-economic conditions and some experience of building and steering movements in accordance with the specificities of Punjab. Under this committee, there exists the organizational structure of the party in the form of some area committees and some cells. Moreover, in some districts, the party has considerable influence among worker and peasant masses, and there is also a strong organization of the peasants and workers functioning. The mass organization known as Forum is particularly popular and has wide influence. There are also some mass organizations working among women, youth, and intellectuals. Efforts are on to work among urban workers, but no organization of workers could yet be built in factories. There could also not be any headway in work among students. On the question of building and spreading the revolutionary struggle in Punjab, we have to advance in the face of such thinking as there would be no armed revolution or armed struggle in Punjab, and that there would only be some mass movements. We have to struggle vigorously against such thinking. In our understanding, whatever development has taken place in Punjab in the name of capitalism is distorted capitalism, and the semi-feudal basis still exists in various forms. In reality, the problem of land for the peasants has not yet been solved, and among the peasants there is a strong desire for land. In our view, distorted capitalism has developed in Punjab to some extent, but the semi-feudal mode of production still maintains influence and control. Therefore, it is possible to develop and spread armed struggle in Punjab as part of the strategy of protracted people's war, taking into account the specific economic, political, and social aspects of the state. According to this analysis, we have chalked out a plan of work for Punjab. This entails beginning with the program of developing mass movements and revolutionary movements according to the specificity of Punjab, gradually developing the activities for armed struggle by forming an area of armed struggle over a vast area, and local regular guerrilla squads, LRGS. Taking this as an immediate objective, it was decided that the area of Punjab would be built as a strategic area in order to sustain the struggle. Meanwhile, to some extent there is an extensive mass base, and some struggles have been waged thus far. In such an area, one LRGS has been formed. A decision has been taken to increase its numerical strength. Our main problem, however, remains that of the lack of professional revolutionaries. That is why we have at present given the greatest stress on developing the PR mentality and on developing PRs. Positive results have already started emerging. Finally, our understanding remains that the way in which the armed struggle would have to be advanced, even in the specific situation of Punjab, and how this part would be coordinated with the whole under the strategy of protracted people's war adopted for the country as a whole by the All India Party, shall have to be decided. And to give this a practical shape is a challenge for the communist revolutionaries of India that every revolutionary must accept. 70. Delhi. This is the capital of the country, and also a center of the exploiting and ruling classes, both Indian and foreign, and moneybags, both new and old. It is also the center of the country's art forms, both old and new. For revolutionaries, not to have an eye on the strong and impregnable fortresses of reactionaries would only betray their one-sidedness. Therefore, according to the dialectical law, know your enemy, know yourself. It is most essential for revolutionaries to know Delhi and to carry out revolutionary work there, so that it may be possible to penetrate this fort at the opportune moment. As Delhi is the capital of India, and since at the central level it is a question of seizing power throughout the country, the basic precondition for carrying out all our work here is to strengthen our party organization by giving utmost importance to strictly secret methods of work. Even today, there is feudal grandeur in and around Delhi. The masses reel under the crudest forms of feudal atrocities and exploitation. The bourgeois development in this area has got intertwined with the feudal hegemony and tradition, taking on the most vicious form. Our work in Delhi is based upon the working class. Although we have not been able to spread much of our party work among the working class, yet we do have some party cells among the workers. There is also a trade union organization among the workers, and we are in fact conducting the trade union movement among workers in some factories. Apart from this, we also have some work on the youth and intellectual and cultural fronts. We have a city committee here, which is equivalent to zonal committee. Also, State committees of several mass organizations are active here. Most importantly, a Delhi City Zonal Committee was recently constituted through a conference. Besides, a youth organization was also formed at an all-Delhi level. Some activities are also being carried on from here in the adjoining districts of Haryana, Rajasthan, and Uttar Pradesh. 8. UP, MP, Rajasthan border area. In this area as well, we have a zonal organizing committee, which is in a very preliminary stage. Like Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Haryana, etc. Tamil Nadu, we have been carrying on our work in Tamil Nadu through some contacts for the last 5 years. There has been some growth, particularly in Padukottai, Arangtangi, Dindigul, Madurai, and Dharampuri districts. Some contacts have been found among students, peasants, and workers, and efforts are on to develop professional revolutionaries and organize people's militia from them. The work here has been going on under the aegis of a zonal committee, organizational. A 9-member people's militia has also been formed here. Karnataka. We have developed some contacts in different areas of Karnataka over the last 5 years. We have some contacts among peasants and student youth in some areas around Bangalore, in Gadak, Belgaum, and some parts of northwest Karnataka. Here, too, the work has been going on under the aegis of a zonal committee, organizational, and a people's militia comprising 7 has also been formed. Maharashtra. We have been advancing, while establishing wide contacts in Mumbai, New Mumbai, Marathwada, and Solapur of Maharashtra over the last 5 years. Efforts are underway to advance party work here by building and widening our contacts among peasants, students, and intellectuals. Here, the party work is being directed by forming several party cells. Haryana. We have been carrying out our work by maintaining contacts in some areas of Haryana for the last 4 years. We have contacts here among peasants, workers, student youth, and intellectuals. Efforts are on to expand our work in districts like Faridabad, Rohtak, Hisar, Sonipat, through an area committee and some cells. X regarding our urban work. We know that cities are strongholds of the enemy. This means that the cities are strong centers of imperialism, feudalism, and comprador bureaucratic capitalism. The fundamental centers of enemy's financial, political, cultural, and military power are cities. The enemy is relatively weak in the rural areas as compared to the cities. Then the vanguard of revolution, the working class, also resides in the cities. The working class and its vanguard organization, the Communist Revolutionary Organization or Party, can ensure it ultimate victory, that of making successful the ongoing struggle to build up a classless and exploitation-free society through establishing proletarian dictatorship only when it would accomplish the new democratic revolution in India and establish the people's democratic dictatorship. And towards this end, it would have to lead the armed agrarian revolutionary guerrilla struggle and protracted people's war in the countryside. From this, it is clear that the task of leading the agrarian revolutionary guerrilla struggle, or protracted people's war in the countryside, is not the task of peasants alone, but the task of the urban workers, students, and intellectuals, and various people of the cities. It is here that the question arises of making the countryside the focus of our struggle. This, however, does not mean that less attention should be paid to urban work. In fact, it is our declared policy to give appropriate importance to this work. Our basic document of 1969 on the strategy and tactics of Indian Revolution contains such an orientation. Building up of revolutionary war and establishing the People's Army and Red Base areas in the countryside is not the task of peasants and the rural masses alone. From the cities, the workers, students, and youth must participate in this task in the form of organizers, in the form of soldiers. The task of the working class and the party in the city, besides extending assistance in the form of money, weapons, medicines, foodstuffs, and other things to the countryside, is to engage a major part of the enemy force in the city and continue the Red resistance struggle and revolutionary struggle with the objective of creating hurdles in the military actions of the enemy. Their important task is to continuously conduct ambushes on the vehicles of enemy soldiers and their transport system, and to weaken their communications and supplies system, and launch attacks on the army camps, ordnance factories, and supply depots. Not doing so would enable the enemy to send all his forces to the countryside, which would be harmful to the revolution. It is clear from the above that we will have to explain the importance and significance of armed agrarian revolutionary guerrilla struggle and protracted people's war to the working class, as well as the various sections of the petty bourgeoisie in the cities, namely students, youth, teachers, professors, doctors, lawyers, engineers, journalists, litterateurs, working women, drivers, cleaners, small shopkeepers, shop assistants, government employees, etc. Towards this end, besides organizing all the classes of the cities for agitations on various burning issues, special emphasis must also be given to organizing the party and guerrilla squads, so that when the work in the countryside develops to a substantial level and our strength develops up to a certain stage, then the already struggling force may not find much difficulty in seizing the city. It is a considerably weak aspect of our work that we lag far behind in the matter of developing work in cities sufficiently. In order to overcome this situation, that is to overcome our weakness in city work, it is essential to pay attention to a few points so as to strengthen the situation of our party. First of all, we have to keep in mind that cities are a powerful base camp of the enemy, and that severe exploitation, injustices, and atrocities on the part of the imperialists and the comprador bourgeoisie continue in the cities, and so do the activities of all kinds of reactionary and revisionist parties. Therefore, we should not give a free hand to the exploitation, repression, and servility of the class enemy and comprador parties in the cities. Rather, we should give due importance to developing revolutionary activities in the cities. We have to obtain a deep understanding on what is the line of the MCCI to carry out urban work. We should also study the chapter on urban work in our document on tactics. Besides, we must also study Comrade Lenin's articles, What is to be Done, documents on the revolutionary trade union movement in China, and our More Against Economism. Through this study, we should obtain a correct understanding on the importance and the orientation and method of work among the working class in the cities. We must understand well the need to draw a clear line of demarcation with the known revisionists and pro-establishment Naxalites in all matters, including the political and organizational orientation and method of work, and also make creative and serious efforts to draw this line of demarcation clearly during our actual work. We have to accord the topmost priority to select such areas in cities where our work can advance most rapidly, and at the same time also adopt a consistent plan with a cadre policy to implement the same. The line of protracted people's war and the work and struggle entities is a question of basic principle. Instead of adopting the wrong policy until the cities are encircled from the countryside, of making vain efforts to organize insurrection or the last battle in the city that would cause the maximum losses to our revolutionary forces, the struggle in the cities should be subordinated to the struggle in the countryside. We will have to make advanced preparations for the liberation of. It is important that our military line be necessarily determined in accordance with the correct political line. There is no doubt about the fact that as the agrarian revolutionary armed resistance struggle advances in India, the role of the military struggle as a practical expression of the political struggle has gradually been acquiring the principal role and will continue to do so. Therefore, not only is a correct political line necessary, but determining a correct military line in accordance with the political line is also necessary. Our military line can advance basically from two fundamental points. First, our army can be only of one type. That is, it will have to emerge as a weapon which will remain under the theoretical leadership of working class and will involve itself in the struggles of the masses and build the red base area. Secondly, our war can be only of one kind. That is, it will have to be so united a war in which we will have to concede that the enemy is big and powerful and we are small and weak. Therefore, in this war, we have to use our strong aspect against the enemy's weak aspect and totally rely on the people's strength in order to achieve the development, sustainability, expansion, and victory of the army. Our armed squads must oppose the solely military approach in all affairs. They must oppose the thinking that army does not meddle with politics, and we have to staunchly oppose the theory of roving rebels that denies the principle that it is only the politics that directs the army. Formation of the Army Organization, PLGA. Without a people's army, the masses have nothing. Ever since our inception, our entire revolutionary work till date has remained centered upon building the people's army and base area on the basis of this perception. So far, we have been successful in forming the PLGA and are presently engaged in developing guerrilla zones into base areas in certain areas. We had begun our work in the orientation of this directive, arouse and organize the common masses in, to some extent, vast areas one by one, launch the struggle to develop red resistance struggle and uproot feudalism. Through the course of just this struggle, gradually strengthen, consolidate, and expand the party and the guerrilla army, self-defense squads, local people's militia, and local regular guerrilla army, on the one hand, and gradually strengthen, consolidate, and expand the struggle area on the other, while further intensifying the agrarian revolution and by gradually centralizing the local regular guerrilla army, form the regular central guerrilla army. Lal Pataka 1. Further, it has been said about the next course, with the growth in size and the heightening of the struggle to an advanced level, these local regular armies, local regular guerrilla squads, would not be able in isolation to hold out against enemy attacks, and in these circumstances, while mobilizing and organizing with these very forces at the center, a central regular guerrilla army would be formed. This very central regular guerrilla army would be the preliminary form of a regular Red Army, Lal Pataka 1. It is further said that, generally speaking, a stable base area cannot be established in just one leap. Capturing any one area or establishing control over it would only be the result of smashing the effective power of the enemy. A temporary base area can be built up only through determined struggle, and only after power changes hands several times can a temporary base area be converted into a stable base area. Lal Pataka 1. According to the directives of the above orientation, we conducted the agrarian revolutionary guerrilla struggle and the struggle to uproot feudalism in a vast area of Bihar-Jharkhand-Bengal under the leadership of the Bihar-Jharkhand-Bengal Special Area Committee. Only by passing through this process of struggle were we able to build self-defense squads, area-level people's militia squads, the basic force, local regular guerrilla squads, and special guerrilla squads, the intermediate force, and platoons and company, the main force. On the basis of this development, we could organize the PLGA in 2003 out of these three kinds of forces, basic, intermediate, and main, and announce the formation of PLGA. Meanwhile, we could develop the level of our struggle to the level of guerrilla area and adopt a plan of action to advance through a process from the guerrilla area to guerrilla base area so as to build a base area. This army has also been supplying food, arms, and ammunition, and various other materials. It can thus be said that this army is capable of waging a protracted war with independent initiative. Through the process of struggle against deprivation, this army has been acquiring resources. From absolutely nothing has started the struggle and organization of this army and the process of arming itself with weapons. It is for this reason that this army has the grit to fight and hold out even in adverse situations. This army wages war by firmly grasping the basic principle about war taught by Mao: preserve your forces, destroy the enemies. The strongest basis of this army comprises its revolutionary ideals, integration with the masses, and the spirit of service and devotion towards the masses, as well as the art of waging the guerrilla war. This army has imbibed Mao's views about the Red Army. Red Army is an armed body for carrying out the political tasks of the revolution. Especially at present, the Red Army should certainly not confine itself to fighting. Besides fighting to destroy the enemy's military strength, it should shoulder such important tasks as doing propaganda among the masses, organizing the masses, arming them, helping them to establish revolutionary political power, and setting up party organizations. The Red Army fights not merely for the sake of fighting, but in order to conduct propaganda among the masses, organize them, arm them, and help them to establish revolutionary political power. Without these objectives, fighting loses its meaning, and the Red Army loses the reason for its existence. Mao, on correcting mistaken ideas in the party. Presently, the People's Liberation Guerrilla Army has been formally announced. The fact is that this has not happened all of a sudden. It has been formed with comrades who have passed through various tests, such as waging numerous minor and major struggles, arousing, organizing, and arming the masses while living with them, involving them in struggles and winning their hearts by being at their side, in efforts to solve their problems. The army has emerged, developed, and expanded, and continues to do so through the difficult, strenuous, and long process of facing every attack of the enemy and forcing him to retreat in the face of our staunch retaliation, advancing from minor to major struggles, smaller to bigger formations, from backward and undeveloped weapons to equipping ourselves with modern and advanced weapons seized one after another from enemy, and from a narrow to a larger sphere. It has been fighting to achieve a great political objective, and has been it also procuring all the other materials that it needs from the arena of struggle itself. The experiences we gained while conducting the armed struggle over the last few years can be briefly put as follows. Be the phase that of defense, or equilibrium, or offense, the aspect of attack would always be the principal aspect. There would be quantitative differences in the offensive actions from one phase to the other. Only by keeping in mind the aspect of attack as the principal aspect can we maintain the plan, initiative, and execution of the war in our hands. And by flexibly arranging the formations of the army, can we successfully conduct active resistance or retaliatory actions. We should never engage in a fight without a correct plan, full preparation, and total activeness, and only a correct plan, full preparation, and total activeness would ensure victory. Subsequently, the PLGA has indeed played and has been playing a glorious role in the growth and spread of the agrarian revolutionary guerrilla war in India. Creatively applying Comrade Mao's advice. You fight in your way, we fight in ours. We fight only when we can win, and we withdraw where there is no possibility of our winning. The commanders and fighters of PLGA have conducted daring and brilliant raids and ambushes one after another, and demonstrated advanced techniques of guerrilla war, and smashed the enemy's encirclement and suppression campaigns one after another, thus developing guerrilla war step by step. Recently, they have conducted many glorious and heroic raids and ambushes of exemplary nature as part of their military maneuvers in areas such as Jharkhand, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, northern part, UP, eastern part, Assam, W. Bengal, etc. Some instances of the brilliant war actions were the raids in Tekkari and Prechila, Gaya, Bihar, Brigurari and Mali, Aurangabad, Bihar, Paisal Bazar, Darbhanga, Bihar, Devkulidham, Shivhar, Bihar, Simrahani, West Champaran, Bihar, Koradi, Mirzapur Up, Matari, Dudhmania, Kataras, Baniadi, Bagodar, Navadi, Tisri, Gorhar, Tundi, Topchanchi, Chandrapura, Dembotand, Bara Jamda, all of them in Jharkhand, and a forest office, Kamrup, Assam, etc., and ambushes in Churcho, Palamao, Satyanva, Saranda, December 2000, Palma, Tundi, etc., all these in Jharkhand. As part of the above process, the PLGA gave an indication of a qualitative leap in the growth and spread of the developing agrarian revolutionary guerrilla war in India by accomplishing a daring and brilliant ambush of a higher level in Saranda on April 7, 2004. Similarly, the historic raid in Koraput, carried out by the PGA led by the PWW, is also an indication of a glorious leap in this sphere. Through such activities, both of these guerrilla armies are rapidly advancing in the direction of developing in the form of consolidated and fully developed PLA. In order to strengthen and consolidate the PLGA, a central military commission, special area military commissions, and regional military commissions have been formed, comprising the experts in military affairs and the secretaries of concerned committee. All the military commissions at the lower level shall work under the guidance of the Central Military Commission. Commands at area, sub-zonal and zonal levels will also be formed. In the Area Command, we have a representative from the Area Committee and the Commander and Deputy Commander of the LRGS active in the area. In the Sub-Zonal Command, there would be 1 or 2 representatives from the Sub-Zonal Committee and commanders of all the LRGS and SRGS. In the Zonal Command, we would have a representative from the Zonal Committee, the Commander and Deputy Commander of the platoon, and a representative of the Regional Military Commission. The following are the tough and major challenges that the PLGA faces today. The first challenge for the formation and development of the PLGA is to build a new type of a true Red Army, or the embryonic form of People's Liberation Army, on the basis of the above-mentioned directive and orientation given by Comrade Mao. This means, above all, that the PLGA should be built as a true people's army committed to the interests of the masses and the nation, and to the lofty goals of new democracy, socialism, and communism. Therefore, we must lay the greatest emphasis on building the PLGA on the foundations of correct Maoist ideology and politics. So as to do so, special emphasis should be laid on building party branches within the military formations and on their continuous activity. It will be small in number when compared to the enemy's military power. Its organizational shape has so far been built only up to some platoons and few companies. It needs to be considered how the level can be raised at least up to battalion formation in the shortest possible time. Its basic forces are organized and systematized up to a very limited measure, and wherever they have been formed, there is no proper account of them. The number of units, the quantity of weapons and ammunition, etc., has not been maintained. This should have to be earnestly done as soon as possible and systematized. The arrangement for the supply of articles of daily use and foodstuff, clothes, uniforms, shoes, umbrellas, bags, torches, soap, oil, ammunition, weapons, etc., should be made mainly by the guerrilla army itself, and all these things should be arranged for through seizures from the enemy during the fighting. Moreover, production should be organized in the guerrilla base areas. The political and military training of all the 3 forces of the PLGA, particularly that of the basic forces, remains quite negligible. Timely and regular arrangements would have to be made for the same. The PLGA should help in organizing various other factors for building the Revolutionary Peasant Committees and Revolutionary People's Committees. In order to strengthen and raise the level of war, the skill would have to be developed for attacking the bigger forces of the enemy with our bigger formations. The guerrilla zone would give to be expanded in waves, and in order to transform the guerrilla zone into a base area, we would have to advance with full preparation to smash the military forces of the enemy in guerrilla zones. By all means, the overall leadership and control of the party over PLGA must be consolidated and ensured. We have to apply in letter and spirit, comrade, Mao's dictum about the Red Army having to remain under the discipline of the party. Politics commanding the gun. And in no case should the gun be allowed to command politics and the party. Military commissions and the concerned party committees, particularly the Central Committee, should take special initiative to make PLGA accept the above challenges. We can thus say that problems would indeed be encountered while developing the PLGA, but the potentialities are immense. That our Central Committee has been able to develop its perception on the military line and publish a military manual on the basis of a review of the developments since the very beginning in our perceptions and practice related to the military line since date, and a synthesis of the experiences of Russia and China, particularly the experience of the Chinese Revolution and the Red Army, and the current experiences of Nepal, Peru, the Philippines, particularly those of Nepal and the CPI, PW in India, was a good thing. This development of ours can be considered as a concrete manifestation of the decisions and measures taken by us in the year 2000 and after, while struggling against the representatives of erroneous views. In spite of all the factors being present even before, we had not able to carry out the above development earlier. We could achieve this success after ultimately defeating the anti-party Bachi Ba clique through to the end. Much, however, remains to be done in this field as yet. The Central Committee and the Central Military Commission would now have to make all efforts to accomplish the remaining tasks. Adopt suitable tactics to foil the encirclement and suppression campaign, unleashed under the joint operational command constituted by the enemy. It is evident that the enemy has been conducting the encirclement and suppression campaign with the nefarious designs of crushing the revolutionary class struggle, i.e., the agrarian revolutionary guerrilla struggle. Whether in Jharkhand or Bihar, in Chhattisgarh or West Bengal, or in Assam or UP, wherever there is a revolutionary class struggle, the enemy has unleashed brutal atrocities. In fact, the enemy is hell-bent upon maintaining his rule by the force of the gun alone. It is as clear as the light of day that it is the armed force, or the gun, that is real, and that the rest, that is the talk of democracy, independence, etc., is mere hypocrisy and fraud. The truth of this fact emerges very clearly when one takes a look at Jharkhand, Bihar, West Bengal, Chhattisgarh, Assam, etc., under the garb of democracy. A brutal repression campaign has been continuing here against the masses struggling for their dignity, freedom, land, and all economic and political rights. Over the last many years, encirclement and suppression campaigns have been continuing under various names. These repression campaigns still continue under one name or the other. Armed forces, such as the CRPF, BSF, Commando Force, STF, etc., and the armed forces of different states are involved in all these operations. Clearly, the enemy is forced to increasingly rely on its advanced and powerful armed forces equipped with the most modern weaponry. On the contrary, it is also clear that the revolutionary forces have also been advancing while contending with the enemy's forces. In order to carry out all these operations, the paramilitary forces are stationed in large numbers at those district headquarters that, in their terminology, are supposed to be terrorist-affected, and armed forces are deployed at various police stations in large numbers. Next, under the supervision of police IGs and DIGs, and under the direct command of SPs and DSPs, the armed forces armed and commando forces, equipped with modern weapons, encircle villages, be it day or night, arresting en masse the people, particularly the youth. Either one village or several villages at Abmansi are encircled. Moreover, cruel and brutal atrocities are let loose by way of arresting people at will and without warrant, beating them up, molesting women, plundering household articles, and doing to death a large number of activists and revolutionary masses in fake encounters. During the rule of the BJP-led NDA government, a widespread, brutal repression campaign has been unleashed under the supervision of the Union Home Ministry, as per the directives of U.S. imperialism, against all the revolutionary struggles, according to a central plan under the Joint Operational Command, comprising of and senior officers of Central Intelligence Agencies, Chief Secretaries, and the DGPs of the 9 states of Jharkhand, Bihar, Andhra, Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Orissa, West Bengal, and Uttar Pradesh. This continues relentlessly and ruthlessly under the rule of the Congress-led UPA government. Eliminating Naxalism, which means crushing the revolutionary struggle, has now become a one-point program for the governments of all the 9 states, as well as the Union government. Thus, they have arrived at a common understanding among themselves on exchanging the experiences of the measures they adopt in suppressing the Naxalite movement in their respective state, on maintaining live contact among the 9 states as well as between the states and the center, and on employing advanced technology to exchange various information about Naxalites. The center has sanctioned a substantial amount to carry out the planned repression campaign. So, in the background of the above situation, it is very important for us right now to adopt appropriate tactics to foil the evil designs of the enemy. And the appropriate plan, according to Mao's dictum, would be, when the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy takes rest, we harass him. When the enemy gets tired, we pounce upon him. When the enemy retreats, we chase after him. In accordance with the above, the method that we have been laying the greatest stress upon is to launch a counterattack against the enemy when he penetrates our area to conduct his encirclement and suppression campaign, through the form of powerful ambush while he is marching along. Such tactics have yielded good results so far. Revolutionary Peasant Committee. It has been our priority to draw a clear line of demarcation with revisionism on the basis of this dictum. If the people have no political power, they have nothing. If the propaganda of revolutionary politics is not conducted from this angle right from the beginning, it is not possible to make the masses conscious and organize them against the other parliamentary political parties and revisionist parties or groups. When and how will the masses awakened, organized, and armed with revolutionary politics establish their political power? What will be the organized form of this political power? This is a fundamental and essential question for revolution. We have deeply thought over it. We understand that to solve the question of seizure of power, there is no way but to uproot the present power. Neither can both powers exist simultaneously, nor can stable people's power be established by uprooting the present power with a single stroke. There will be a phase of grabbing power from each other. People's power will first be established in some areas temporarily. It will then get transformed gradually into stable people's power. It is at this stage that the concept of base area would emerge. If one remains standstill at the above thinking, the solution to the problem would remain in abeyance. Then the question that arises is, will people's power be established only after the present power is shaken off, even if temporarily, that is even for some time or for a few days? Will the period between one power being uprooted and the other being established be one of powerlessness? Or what will it be like? After serious discussion on these questions, we concluded that whenever and in whatever measure we strike at the power of the enemy, then and in that measure we would be able to exercise our power. Then came the question of what would be the form of organization to exercise power. Will the party organization itself do this job? Or will it be the responsibility of the military organization? Or will various types of organizations of the masses do it together? Right form the beginning? A number of such questions naturally arose. Through discussion on such numerous questions from various angles, we could arrive at a concrete conclusion about the form of power and the form of organization. In the final analysis, the question of revolution is inextricably linked with the question of power. The question of revolution is linked with the contradiction between productive forces and the relations of production, and the solution of this contradiction. Among the productive forces, labor plays the decisive role along with the means of production. The working class and the peasantry are the two fundamental elements that play the role of labor among the new democratic productive forces. It is their unity alone that would be able to transform the backward means of production into developed means of production, and enable them to produce as per the overall requirement for the development of society. Only by establishing their ownership over the means of production and the means of distribution and the system of distribution would the new democratic system be established. This would not be possible unless the productive forces establish their rule over political power. At present, the agrarian revolution is the axis of new democratic revolution. The fundamental force of agrarian revolution is the peasantry, particularly the poor landless peasants. That is, it is the advanced section of this class that would have to carry out the main responsibility of the struggle aimed at seizure of power. As we arrived at this conclusion, we decided two slogans for the Peasant Committee: Land to the true peasants and all the political power to the Revolutionary Peasant Committee. On the basis of these slogans, the responsibility of fulfilling two tasks fell upon the Revolutionary Peasant Committee. One was to mobilize the peasantry to solve the land problem, and the other to seize power and establish its law and rule to exercise the power. A revisionist concept regarding the peasant movement had taken roots since the very beginning in the Indian Communist movement, that the peasant movement has nothing to do with the seizure of power, and that the focus of peasant struggles should only be the land question and raising some paltry demands. We fought against this revisionist concept, linking the land question with the question of political power, and made the question of power the principal agenda of revolutionary peasant struggle. It was with this view that we brought forward the Revolutionary Peasant Committee as the main form of organization. In this way, we mainly introduced the question of smashing the old power and law and its state machinery through agrarian revolutionary guerrilla struggles, and while doing so building the power of the Revolutionary Peasant Committee and strengthening it step by step. As we started the process of forming peasant committees with the above understanding, our political propaganda during our work among the peasants focused since the very beginning on our perception in this regard. Thus, from the very beginning, we made serious and conscious efforts to practice the Maoist class line and mass line. We relied on the landless and poor peasants. While developing their initiative, we forged unity with the middle peasants, won over a section of rich peasants as well, and in this way, from the very beginning made all possible efforts to organize a class-based united front against feudal landlords under the leadership of landless and poor peasants. Gradually, on the basis of this political foundation, the process of forming the Party, Army, and Revolutionary Peasant Committee began and went ahead in the areas. The form of this organization was not completely secret like the party. Yet it came into existence primarily in the form of a secret organization. Its organizational structure and the process of organizing it were conducted in such a secret style that would not conform to the constitutional provisions and laws of the enemy. Besides, it maintained direct links with the peasants in agrarian struggle and other kinds of social struggles. It remained closely linked with the party, the army organizations, and the struggle for seizure of power, and directly exchanged help and cooperation with them. In the different parts of the country, in a number of villages of Bihar Jharkhand Bengal Special Area, North Bihar up Uttarakhand Special Area, West Bengal, Assam, Chhattisgarh, UPMP Rajasthan Border Area, and Punjab, Haryana, etc. The name of the Revolutionary Peasant Committee and its two slogans have today gained considerable popularity. The organization has spread to various villages and vast areas. In the Bihar Jharkhand Bengal Special Area, it has been decided to organize it at the state level, far above the village, area, police station border, block, district border, division, commissionary levels. In all the other areas, it has become an immediate necessity for us to form and consolidate it from top to bottom, and to activate and energize its units at all levels. Under its leadership, thousands of hectares of land have been seized and distributed. Orchards, trees, lands, etc. have been captured, and constructive projects such as digging wells, ponds, building check dams and schools, etc. have been undertaken. In order to develop and consolidate it, the various levels of party committees should without delay attend to the following problems and solve them. Since this organization has its own constitution and regulations, it is essential that a workshop should be organized, according to it, with the elected representatives of the different levels of committees. The aims, objectives, and methods to build organization should be explained at the workshop, and efforts should be made to see that committees at different levels are organized within a fixed time frame. This process should be started from the top. The publication of its state-level organ should be considered. Under its auspices, a forum for peasant movements should be formed in order to bring the backward and middle peasants under our sphere of influence, organizing movements on demands, such as against the arbitrary rates of land revenue, tax, land rent, electricity, etc., for the proper determination of rates of food grains, for procuring agricultural implements at just rates, for foiling the reactionary policies adopted by WTO, etc. Under its leadership, the organization and its leaders should be trained to start the process of movements on questions like health, education, etc., along with the movement for redistribution of land, agricultural production, development and control, buying and selling, and production and cooperation movement. Revolutionary People's Committee. The Revolutionary People's Committee comes forth at that stage of the struggle to establish revolutionary people's power, when we reach the stage where we could almost smash the hegemony of the present power in the particular area. In such a situation, the Revolutionary Peasants' Committee would develop into a Revolutionary People's Committee as an organ of power comprising the representatives of the working class, the army, and others representatives of the people. Activities are being carried out to root out the military power of the enemy in the areas selected as guerrilla base areas. Attacks are being organized on the targeted reactionary agents, landlords, and police force of the enemy. It would also be necessary to root out their economic, political, and cultural domination and influence. Towards this end, it would be necessary for us to present before the masses our economic policy by linking it with the question of continuing war and raising the standard of living of the masses, and to establish and enhance our control on production. For this, it would be necessary to build such production units on small scale and prepare the local market for the consumption of their products as an agricultural production cooperative society, consumer cooperative society, marketing cooperative society, cooperative bank, small and medium industries, including the textile industry, agricultural implements, production industry, industry to manufacture shoes, umbrellas, soap, oil, etc., press industry, arms and ammunition production industry, explosives production industry, etc. We would have to carry out both trade and import-export inside as well as outside the base area. The enemy would encircle such an area not only at the military level, but also at the economic level, and would step up the pressure. We would have to smash it, lock, stock, and barrel. Who would carry out all these tasks? It is here that the need of a revolutionary people's committee, i.e., a committee of the united front of different classes that would run the government machinery in that area. For this very purpose, an institution comprising of the representatives of workers, peasants, the army, and the representatives of different mass organizations should be established. This would be called the Revolutionary People's Committee. It is our responsibility to make the vast masses aware of our understanding and policy in our selected areas. The men and women, children and the old people, the youth, and all the sections associated with different professions, workers, peasants, student and youth, intellectuals, cultural artistes, and all the other toiling masses inhabiting every village and the whole area should be involved in the necessary and appropriate organizations. Moreover, in order to carry out the above tasks on war footing, we would have to widely launch various campaigns, such as a propaganda campaign, an organization-building campaign, campaign to control the production and distribution system, and a campaign to develop war to a higher stage. In order to carry out the above, knowledgeable activists and experts on different aspects need to be sent from all areas so as to extend broad cooperation. The Revolutionary People's Committee, or Revolutionary People's Council, would be the institution meant to carry out the government machinery in guerrilla bases or red areas, and would in future develop into a new democratic government on uprooting imperialism, feudalism, and establishing a new democratic state. The Revolutionary Peasant Committee that we begin with, and the Revolutionary People's Committee and its highest form, the new democratic national government, would not be detached from one another. The two would be related to each other. With this understanding in view from the beginning to end, we have been and would ever be capable of building and developing the revolutionary struggle by drawing a clear line of demarcation with revisionism, and of advancing the struggle to its highest stage, that of the seizure of power, centrally. Peasant Movement Forum. There is a considerable section among peasantry that supports the Revolutionary Peasant Committee, but hesitates and fears to integrate with its theoretical political activities. From a class analysis, it emerges that the landless poor peasants would play the main role in peasant revolution. Among the other peasant sections, the larger section of the middle class apart, some of the well-to-do middle peasants and rich peasants assume vacillating character. Such vacillating friends, despite being ridden with problems, do not openly participate in the fight for seizure of power. We would have to win over all these vacillating sections. Therefore, a few years ago, the CC decided to build an organization of the type of Peasant Movement Forum in order to carry out issue-based movements. This organization would function under the auspices Revolutionary Peasant Committee. It will launch the movements on different issues, raise legal and open demands such as land revenue hike, tax, adequate provision for irrigation and electricity, hike in electricity and irrigation rates, fixation of prices of crops, reasonable rates for agricultural implements, and subsidy cuts for the peasants, anti-WTO, etc. So far, such a forum has been organized at some places at the local level, and it is also taking up some programs. It would now have to be better systematized. Advance the mass movement and mass organizations equipped with the orientation of protracted people's war while drawing a clear line of demarcation with the long prevalent Gandhism and revisionism. It is well known that in the matter of mass movement and mass organizations, we have a well-knit policy. Behind this well-knit policy, there has also been a strong political basis. Without this political basis, it would not be possible to determine the aims and objectives, orientation, and program of a mass movement and mass organizations in a semi-colonial and semi-feudal country like India. We must draw a clear line of demarcation between mass movements and mass organizations equipped with three different orientations. A. The insurrectionary orientation, B. The parliamentary orientation, and C. The orientation of armed agrarian revolution and protracted people's war. In order to conduct the activities of mass movements and mass organizations in the correct direction in semi-colonial and semi-feudal countries, we would necessarily have to opt for and practice on the lines of such mass movements and mass organizations that are equipped with the orientation of protracted people's war. On the question of mass movements and mass organizations, our differences with the new and old revisionists are not on the question of whether or not we have to conduct mass movements and mass organizations. Anyone who would know even the ABC of Marxism would know that the work of mass movements and mass organizations has to be done. It is, however, not sufficient to say only this much. This does not explain what the orientation of mass movements and mass organizations would be. The debate, therefore, remains centered on which of the above three orientations we would have to adopt. If one takes into account the overwhelming influence of Gandhism and revisionism that prevails in India since long and the tendency to conduct movements merely to get elected as MLAs, MPs, and become ministers, or to make a few economic gains, then without taking a clear-cut stand on the matter of the line of demarcation, we cannot hope to be part of the revolutionary ranks. The second important point on the question of mass movements and mass organizations would be that in a society where independence and democracy do not exist, where processions and mass mobilizations on minor issues, i.e., the right to speak and to listen, are denied, and widespread torture and arrests are resorted to, where the ruling groups have adopted an extremely dictatorial attitude. In such a society, we cannot do without giving serious thought to the question of the methods, forms, and style of work of mass movements and mass organizations. Our activities in the field of mass movements and mass organizations should be determined only while giving due consideration to these facts. The third important point on the question of mass movements and mass organizations would be that our thinking should not always be based on legal, open, and minimum programs. But in the current environment of ruthless dictatorship, mass movements and mass organizations should be conducted by secret ways to some extent, so as to avoid the intelligence and police wings. Summing up the above, we can say that at present, the main objective of all mass movements and mass organizations should be to help build war. Drawing a line of demarcation with the capitalist countries, Comrade Mao had said, on the question of orientation and form of struggle and organization in semi-colonial and semi-feudal countries, war is the main form of struggle and the army is the main form of organization. Other forms, such as mass organization and mass struggle, are also extremely important and indeed indispensable, and in no circumstances to be overlooked. But their purpose is to serve the war. Before the outbreak of a war, all organization and struggle are in preparation for the war. After war breaks out, all organization and struggle are coordinated with the war, either directly or indirectly.
Mao, the problems of war and strategy.
This statement of Mao clarifies the aims and objectives of mass movements and mass organizations. However, When right opportunist trends started emerging in the guise of correcting the left line, its spokesman often stressed this extract. Other forms, such as mass organization and mass struggle, are also extremely important and indeed indispensable and in no circumstances to be overlooked. We do not object to this. Our contention has been that Mao's emphasis, in connection with mass organizations and mass movements, was that their purpose is to serve war. This, though clearly outlined by Comrade Mao in the above statement, has often been completely ignored. We hold that ignoring this fundamental point and only parroting that mass organizations and mass movements are indispensable is nothing but opportunism. It is clear from the above extract that mass organizations and mass movements are meant only to serve war. Before the war breaks out, to prepare for it, and after the war breaks out, they are to be coordinated with war directly or indirectly. As it is our fundamental objective to build war, it is essential at present to build mass movements and mass organizations with an objective of serving war. Since our struggle has now been advancing towards building base area from guerrilla area, the mass movements and mass organizations in the struggle areas would have to coordinate with that struggle directly, and outside the struggle areas, they would have to coordinate indirectly with that struggle. A specific feature in India is that armed revolution is fighting the armed counter-revolution. The present situation happens to be the best evidence of this fact. In such a situation, while carrying out the tasks of mass movement and mass organization, we would have to follow the policy outlined by Mao. Every party member should be prepared to take up arms and go to the front at any moment.
Mao, the problems of war and strategy.
Another important point about mass movement and mass organization is that it is very essential to deeply grasp the following advice of Comrade Mao and to implement it according to the specificity of India. Mao said, "In most parts of party organizational work and mass work are directly linked with armed struggle. There is not and cannot be any party work or mass work that is isolated and stands by itself." Mao, Problems of War and Strategy. Although our thinking and understanding about mass movements and mass organizations has been such for a considerable period, yet we have had many shortcomings on the questions of giving practical shape to mass movements and mass organizations in accordance with the above thinking and understanding. The lack of competent cadre and correct method and style of work is the main problem in running revolutionary mass organizations. It is well known that various mass organizations are active in different states under the Central Committee. Although the development of mass organizations in various states is not alike, yet mass organizations, whatever be their form and extent of growth, are active everywhere. In particular, workers' organizations, women's organizations, cultural organizations, organization of intellectuals, student organizations, and youth organizations have gained recognition among the common people through their work. Besides all these mass organizations, the Youth Struggling Forum, comprising of representatives of different mass organizations, has emerged as a widely recognized forum. Along with some programs based on the respective agendas of different mass organizations, our rallies and mass meetings on different issues, protest demonstrations against police atrocities, including assassinations of activists in fake encounters, capital punishment in the garb of law, protests against police atrocities, mass mobilization centering on the question of release of political prisoners, observing different historical occasions, particularly May Day, Great November Russian Revolution Day, Anti-Imperialist Day, International Women's Day, Martyrs' Day of March 23, 22nd April, Lenin's birth anniversary, etc., have been the occasions to organize mass programs through mass organizations. Apart from this, anti-election programs in different forms along with election boycott and area-level or state-level band on various issues, are some of the particularly significant programs carried out by our mass organizations. Also, processions, protest demonstrations, and rallies against slander, conspiracy, and police repression against the just peasant moment and against decadent culture have also been important programs of our mass organizations. Moreover, widespread propaganda and agitation against the policies and programs of World Bank, IMF, globalization, and against the new economic and industrial policy and new educational policy are also a significant aspect of our mass organizations. The above are our good aspects, the positive aspects. It is our responsibility to advance, extend, and develop these aspects. However, we have some shortcomings on the question of mass movements and mass organizations. They are lack of such able activists who can carry out mass organizations and mass movements efficiently and creatively, lack of immediate agenda one after the other to conduct the mass movements with continuity, lack of plan to maintain the organizational structure of mass organizations more or less in accordance with their manifesto and constitution, and weak functioning of the fraction committee as the link between the mass organization and party organization for directing party members active in mass organizations. We would certainly have to struggle against revisionist manifestations within us in order to overcome the above shortcomings. The activists involved in the mass organizations would have to remember that in a country like India, where there is neither independence nor democracy, where struggles of the masses even on ordinary demands are trampled upon by the heels of the police and army, special attention would have to be paid to advance revolutionary mass movements and mass organizations with a correct perspective. They would have to think creatively on this issue and draw a clear line of demarcation with revisionist, reformist, and Gandhian mass movements and mass organizations. They would have to build mass movements and mass organizations equipped with the orientation of armed agrarian revolution, protracted people's war, and the seizure of state power. The position of different mass organizations. Workers' Front. We lag far behind in building struggle and organization on this front in accordance with our understanding. A major reason for this has been our persistent weakness in advancing our revolutionary work in cities. Had we accorded due importance and grasped our party line on forming the Party, Red Guard, and United Front in the cities, we could certainly have improved upon the present situation in spite of the numerous problems. There are many big and small industrial cities in the area of our work: Bihar, Jharkhand, Bengal, Assam, Orissa, Chhattisgarh, UP, Punjab, Haryana, Delhi, Uttarakhand, Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, Maharashtra, etc. Workers here face many serious problems, such as closure of industries, retrenchment, various kinds of cuts, various draconian laws denying minimum rights, including the right to strike, and so on. Particularly, the policies of liberalization, privatization, and globalization being implemented by imperialism and their Indian comprador ruling classes are inflicting severe and direct attacks on the urban working class. Consequently, there is widespread resentment among them against imperialism and their lackeys that erupts from time to time in various forms of struggle. In such a situation, there exists a strong basis to build a powerful workers' movement and organization by concentrating on urban workers. We have, however, not been successful in doing so. This has been our particular weakness. We must give thought to overcoming this weakness without delay. In spite of all these weaknesses, as far as the question of working on the workers' front is concerned, a recognized trade union organization named Workers' Committee has been active among the workers in districts like Dhanbad, Ranchi, Pokhara, Giridih, Hazaribagh, Gaya, Rohtas, Aurangabad, etc., in Jharkhand, Bihar. This conducts movements on day-to-day problems of workers. We also have work among railway workers in Bihar, Jharkhand. In particular, our work and the workers' movement under our leadership have a good influence in the railway workshop and the railway workers of. Besides, there is also a political mass organization, named Workers' Union, in Jharkhand, Bihar that conducts movements on political issues of workers and also exposes and opposes the pro-imperialist policies of the ruling class, such as the policy of privatization, modernization, and globalization. The new economic policy, industrial policy, and education policy that are being implemented under them. The anti-worker repressive laws and their repressive attitude. Our work continues among the workers of some factories in the engineering sector, jute mills, and leather industries in the vast industrial areas of West Bengal, Kolkata, Howrah, Hooghly, 24 Parganas, Durgapur, Asansol, etc., and some workers' movements are also conducted. Besides, we have work more or less among corporation employees, government employees, a pharmacist association, etc. Yet we have a lot to do to liberate the workers' movement from the clutches of the revisionists. This would need the special attention of the party. In Delhi as well, we have a trade union named Workers' Front that directs various kinds of movements on the workers' problems, such as lockout, retrenchment, and various other problems of workers. We also carry out some joint programs with others in the workers' movement. We have started some efforts to work in some tea gardens and oil refineries of Assam. Similarly, we have some work in factories in Marathwada and Thane areas of Maharashtra. So also, we are making efforts to work among the workers of the industrial area of Ludhiana. There is also a militant organization named Kendu Pata Mazdoor Sangharsh Samiti, Struggling Committee of Kendu Leaf Workers, in Jharkhand, Bihar, and Bankura Purulia in West Midnapur of Bengal, adjoining Jharkhand, and the northern area of Chhattisgarh, under whose leadership a wage hike movement in the work of Kendu leaf collection has been going on for nearly 2 decades. The struggling association has good influence in all these areas. On the workers' front, we publish 2 magazines carrying the titles Mazdoor Hastakshep and Mazdoor Ka Ahvan. The measures that we would have to take in order to overcome our weaknesses on the workers' front are: we would have to work among both organized and unorganized workers, while giving greater stress to work among unorganized contract workers and workers of small factories. We would have to give due importance to work among the workers of the organized industries. We would also have to carry out the trade union movement on the different demands of workers while building unions as and when necessary. We would have to give special importance to work among workers of coal mines and other mines, among tea workers, and the workers of textile and jute industries. We would have to give special importance to work in the communication, power, steel, ordnance, and other industries. We would have to go to the workers as theorists, propagandists, agitationists, and organizers, not as economists or as a bandwagon of spontaneous movements. We would have to give due importance to building advanced political mass organizations for advanced workers. We would have to build movements on different problems affecting people's lives, as well as those of workers, and on special issues related to the national and international situation. While building the movement on workers' problems, we would have to make efforts to unite with peasants and forge a strong worker-peasant unity. We would also have to organize the rural area in the vicinity of industrial area and the cities, and also strive to start a dialogue with workers coming to the cities from rural areas, and through them make efforts to build organization there as well. The advanced workers would have to go to the peasants, understand their problems, integrate with them while equipping them with politics. Immediate agenda on the workers' front. We have to remember that it is not possible to activate and move the workers' front without some immediate agenda of agitation. An outline in the form of an immediate agenda is being presented here, basing on which efforts should be made to build the movement by linking them up with the specificity of each industrial sphere, against the new economic and industrial policy, against retrenchment, layoff, lockout, compulsory retirement, or golden handshake, and for different rights, including just wages, against various policies, against workers' interests, against the bills being introduced to restrict the workers' movement, against all the black laws, against the pollution of environment in the industrial sector, against the widespread liquor vends, intoxication, and usury in workers' areas, guarantee of security for the lives of the workers and also for their right to education, health care, and housing, for the implementation of democracy and democratic functioning in trade unions. 10. For support to the revolutionary peasant movement and against the police repression. 11. Against all divisive policies, such as communalism and casteism, and against communal elements who instigate riots. 12. Against unprecedented price rise and rampant corruption. 13. Concentrating on the basic problems related to people's lives and national life. We would have to select 2 to 4 points from the above agenda for the movement and conduct a propaganda campaign. The propaganda campaigns would have to be carried out through forms such as handwritten posters, wall writing, leafleting, corner meetings, processions, gate meetings at factories, collieries, orchards, plantations, group meetings in the residential sites of workers, etc. And depending upon the fighting mood and level of the consciousness of the workers, the movement would have to be given shape. The forms of agitation that can be adopted according to the particular conditions would be raising slogans in front of the gate, raising slogans while demonstrating in front of the offices, karaoing high officials and offices, protest demonstration, daily work stoppages for a fixed time, token strike for a day, and simultaneous road blockades, road obstructions, strikes, etc. Women's Front. Women comprise one half of society. They are victims of social, economic, and political inequality. This miserable plight of women, shackled in slavery, had started with the origin of classes in society, with the end of the matriarchal age and establishment of male-dominated patriarchal society, and got aggravated with the arrival of the stages of feudal and capitalist society. The dreams of social progress remain a mirage for her and for the mass of exploited classes. This vexed issue was ultimately resolved. The question of emancipation of women is interwoven with the struggle of the proletariat based on Marxism, through which socialism would be established under the dictatorship of the proletariat, and would then develop into a classless and exploitation-free communist society. On the basis of this perception, the emancipation of Indian women is a part of the emancipation of the women of the world. For this emancipation, it is essential for women to take part in the ongoing anti-imperialist, anti-feudal struggle. Only by taking part in the raging armed agrarian revolutionary guerrilla war and protracted People's War in India can women ensure their own emancipation and the emancipation of the vast masses of the exploited classes. Therefore, it is necessary to have women join not only the party organizations, but also all the principal and secondary forms of the struggle and organization in large numbers. This has been the concrete directives and orientation of our organization regarding women. Our early thinking has been to organize women in general and specific organizations. Since women are divided into 2 classes on the basis of class divisions in the society, and are also subject to the problem of inequality on the basis of gender discrimination, it is necessary that besides having them join all types of class organizations, special organizations of women also should be built. Despite the above, there is relatively a big gap in the extent of their equality in our organization. There may be several reasons for this, but one reason is the prevalence of such thinking among male comrades that the work of women organization is the task of women comrades alone. Another factor is the sense of ownership still existing among males owing to their upbringing in our age-old society, and the existence of the patriarchal attitudes and behavior. The mentality of dependence and the lack of firmness in women is another factor. In society, the toiling women have to suffer the merciless oppression of all the powers that be that men of the oppressed class suffer, such as political oppression, religious oppression, the oppression of caste and tribe, etc. However, women are victim of another oppression, male oppression. That is why the courageous role of women is very important for revolution. In Jharkhand, Bihar, Bengal, Assam, Orissa, Chhattisgarh, UP, Punjab, Uttarakhand, Maharashtra, Delhi, etc., almost everywhere efforts are on to have the maximum number of women join the organization. However, we find that wherever the class struggle has been advancing to a higher level, women have been joining the organizations in larger numbers as compared to the other areas. In various areas under both regional committees of the Bijaben SAC, women are active as professionals in a good number. Some of the able women comrades are playing an important role at various levels of the party, as well as in the military organizations, as platoon commanders, LRGS commanders, section commanders, etc. Women comrades are also playing a leading role in the revolutionary peasant committees. They have played and are still playing a brave and glorious role in facing the police repression as well. In our party, women representatives can be seen in SAC, regional committees, in many zonal, sub-zonal, and area committees, in the PLGA and in committees of peasant organizations, working class organizations, and organizations such as resistance forums. The number of women professionals under the Bijaben SAC is about. Moreover, the number of women non-professional members is many times that of professionals. Similarly, a good number of women professional comrades are also active in the North Bihar Uttar Pradesh Uttarakhand special area. The number of non-professionals is many times more. Professional and non-professional women activists are more or less active also in Chhattisgarh, Assam, Punjab, West Bengal, Orissa, and Delhi. In short, according to the condition of the revolutionary class struggle at various places, professional and non-professional women activists are active. As such, it may be said that the possibilities of forming and conducting women organizations are good. Our women organization has been leading the movement by taking up various issues related to the women question, according to the organizational strength, capacity, and situation, such as equal rights and equal dignity for women, equal wages as men for equal work, opposition to tilak dowry system, killing daughters-in-law, molestation of various types, atrocities related to patriarchy, addiction, callousness of government health department, etc., etc. Besides, our women's organization has been offering powerful resistance to police atrocities and injustices, building various kinds of movement and constantly struggling against the various draconian laws, such as POTA, and against restrictions on demonstrations and public meetings. Despite imposition of various bans and restrictions, our women's organization has been celebrating 8th of March, International Women's Day, with great enthusiasm and fervor, making this a special event. Observing other important days, such as May Day, 7th of November, Russian Revolution Day, 23rd of March. Martyrs' Day has also become a special feature of our women organization. We should now lay stress on ensuring particularly women's participation at various levels of the party, training them by organizing workshops on various subjects on various occasions, giving special training regarding struggles and military art within specified time frame, so that women activists can develop in every aspect. One of our weaknesses is that just as we have been able to develop some models of our work among women in rural areas, we have not able to do so in the cities. As a result, we have not been successful in bringing a substantial number of toiling and intellectual women into our organization. We would have to overcome this shortcoming without delay. We should continuously carry on the struggle against various manifestations of patriarchy within the organization. In our opinion, it has become essential in the present circumstances to build the women's organization based on the correct orientation at the national level. Moreover, we should make every effort to publish an organ of the women's organization and should develop the necessary material basis for the same. Youth Front. In any society, the main responsibility of that society lies on the shoulders of young men and women, and they gladly carry it. The responsibility of social change, i.e., social revolution, also falls on their shoulders. Every class of society also imposes faith in its young generation. In fact, their role in the party, the PLGA, the Revolutionary Peasant Committees, the Revolutionary People's Committees, and in any other mass organization cannot be ignored. But it is also necessary to build their own independent organization. Keeping this necessity in view, we continued the attempt to build independent youth organizations in almost all states. The broad young masses of the country are facing massive unemployment. Resorting to the policy of globalization, imperialism and its compradors have snatched away all the means of independent employment of the people, especially of the youth of all semi-colonial, semi-feudal countries like ours, and handed them over to a handful of big companies. Things like chutney, pickles, and water have been taken over by a handful of persons. The youth have only one way to be saved from being forced to remain without any orientation and live in an anarchic situation. Immerse themselves into the struggle against imperialism, feudalism, and comprador bureaucratic capitalism in order to solve their problems themselves in the light of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, integrating with the worker peasants and dedicating their talents to restructure the society while organizationally utilizing their creative capabilities. We have a youth organization working in the Bihar-Jharkhand-Bengal special area, and some youth organizations active in North Bihar, Chhattisgarh, West Bengal, Orissa, and New Delhi. They also have their own manifesto, program, and constitution. Despite this, however, they have not been developing too well. Various state committees and special area committees should pay proper attention to this. Under the banner of this organization, we can take up various issues independently, as well as through joint programs such that the movement can be given a broad shape. Keeping in view the revolutionary tradition of this section of the masses, it is necessary for the CC to pay proper attention towards them as an immense source of cadre building. Student Front. The student masses are considered the oarsmen of the nation's future. Wherever there has been a change or revolution in the world, student masses have played a remarkable role in it. The history of our country is no different. Students are the section of society that shoulders the responsibility of learning. Whatever they may learn is learnt from the society, as well as for the society. They carry out in the society whatever it teaches them, even if it may be in the interest of social progress and change. The ongoing class struggle in class-divided society also divides the students' community and entrusts them with the task of strengthening their class unity to wage a merciless class struggle against the enemy and build a class society. It is the responsibility of the party today to organize all such youngsters in society who are forced to be deprived of their right to be students at their age. For the struggle to achieve this right and also to organize them for the revolution, as well as to organize those students who are forced to be deprived of equal rights of education as an essential constituent of the new democratic revolution. Students have also to shoulder the task of joining a revolutionary organization and get involved in the process of bringing about a radical change in the present semi-colonial, semi-feudal society and in its education system that together obstruct social progress and change. It is the special task of students today to usher in development and to the path of progress and change for the society and its constituents, the young students themselves, in the direction of the loftiest goal, through the phase of establishing a new democratic social system and its education system in place of the present pro-imperialist, pro-feudal social system and its education system. Our organization has been working among the students keeping this goal and purpose in mind. The basic goal of our student organization is to oppose the amended and reshaped policies made in accordance with the present age of imperialism by the comprador Indian ruling class in the name of new economic policy, new industrial policy, and new education policy, as well as the old elitist educational policies. Without doing so, it would never be possible to implement a new democratic education policy. We have work among students in almost all the areas of our work. Independent student organizations also exist. We have been waging struggles on issues more or less related with student problems on the basis of an independent program, and on other social issues jointly with other organizations in society. Our party has, however, not been able to do the needful to draw this important section of the masses into the revolutionary movement in large numbers and in a powerful way. That is the reason why we have not been able to produce the sharp leadership and the organized mass of cadres that should have emerged through the student movement. Without doing so, we find that it would be quite difficult to create a situation of a nationwide upsurge. Therefore, we must complete this task in a much more organized manner. At the national level, there is an organization named A2, where we would necessarily have to play a more active role, Intellectuals Front. This community would have a very important contribution in revolution. This is a very sensitive section. Actions and reactions of any event affect this section faster than any other class or section. They are capable of effectively presenting their sentiments in society very soon. So, in a situation where the revolutionary struggle has been continuously advancing today, intellectuals could play a big role in organizing worker peasants, developing other mass movements, including the revolutionary peasant movement and the revolutionary cultural movement. Comrade Mao had said, "Without the participation of intellectuals, victory in the revolution is impossible." Mao, recruit intellectuals in large numbers. In our country, except a limited few intellectuals who work for give special stress on forging the United Front as a magic weapon of the revolution. It is common knowledge that one of the three magic weapons of the revolution is the United Front under the leadership of the party, built with all the revolutionary classes and all the revolutionary parties. As this is a weapon of revolution, it is essential that it should be built during the armed struggle and with the purpose of waging the armed struggle. There is no scope for doubt that the working class of India and the vanguard of the proletariat, the Communist Party, would be the leader and organizer of this United Front, or Democratic Front. Without the theoretical, political, organizational leadership of Communist Party, the Revolutionary Front cannot be forged, and revolution cannot be successful. In the new democratic revolution, the peasantry, especially landless and poor peasants, are the principal ally of the proletariat. The alliance of worker peasants under the leadership of proletariat is the basis of the anti-imperialist, anti-feudal, broad united front. Without the leadership of the proletariat, and without the firm fighting unity of worker peasants, it would not be possible to forge a broad united front of all revolutionary classes and revolutionary parties. Today, when agrarian revolutionary guerrilla war is intensifying step by step in many areas of the country, when the guerrilla struggle is marching ahead towards forming base areas from the guerrilla struggle areas, a firm alliance of the working class and the peasantry, particularly landless and poor peasants, is certainly being established as a firm basis for forging the united front. On the basis of this firm foundation, the process of forging a class front with the workers, and landless and poor peasants, middle peasants, and a section of the rich peasants and various sections of the petty bourgeoisie, middle class, is also marching ahead. The small and middle bourgeoisie would also join this front, but they would join at a certain stage of advancement of the revolution. In such a situation, the formation of an embryonic form of the united front as a preliminary and basic process of building the united front at the national level is necessary, and this must remain mainly secret. Only by continuously developing this embryonic form would it get transformed into the form of a full-fledged united front. The leadership of this united front would mainly be secret, but the activities of the front would generally be open. A tactical united front will have to be forged under the leadership and auspices of the strategic united front. There are many issues in our country on which various ruling class parties have been grinding their own axes. The ruling groups carry out various policies and programs as per their policy of divide and rule on the problems of casteism, communalism, religious minorities, etc. In the above background, when agrarian revolutionary guerrilla struggles are being waged on a broad scale as the practical form of the revolutionary class struggle in vast areas of the country, with the PLGA and PGA also having been formed, it would be necessary and proper for us to take up, and indeed we are already taking up some programs on the above issues, while drawing a clear line of demarcation in every aspect, the issue, form, and method of the struggle, with the revisionist and parliamentary parties, politically exposing the various policies adopted by the ruling clique. The aim of these programs should also be to rally more people behind the ongoing agrarian revolutionary struggle in the country, and to make them understand that the ultimate solution of all such problems would emerge only through the revolutionary class struggle. The initiation of giving organizational shape to this tactical front should also be done at the local level, and from the areas where our struggle is intensive and has a broad impact. This tactical front would be forged and run only under the leadership and auspices of our strategic united front. All the joint activities or tactical alliances that do not serve the protracted people's war would be totally meaningless. All overwork among various mass organizations, nationality organizations, various revolutionary and petty bourgeois organizations would be evaluated only in this perspective. Furthermore, we should try to conduct a united program with whoever is ready to fight against the common enemies of the people anywhere, whenever, and as far as possible, there, then, and to that extent. Even while waging a united program, it is our utmost important duty to oppose reformism and anti-people and anti-communist activities. Expose the political bankruptcy of the CPI, ML. Liberation. It is evident that the leaders of the Liberation Group have made opposing the revolution their overriding goal. The main political task of the Liberation Group now is to politically oppose the line of boycotting elections and continuing the armed revolution that came into existence through the historical struggle of Naxalbari and became the line of Indian Revolution. Or, in other words, to oppose the politics of Naxalbari, its style and method of work, and its path with any and every pretext. The Liberation Group has, in fact, become a follower of the path of elections by forsaking the line of armed revolution, i.e., line of armed agrarian revolution, area-wise seizure of power, and protracted people's war. In fact, the specific feature of the most modern revisionism has been to oppose, in the aftermath of the Naxalbari struggle, the generally accepted basic lines of the revolutionary camp on the issues of character of state, stage of the revolution, friends and enemies of revolution, election boycott, etc., to oppose the above in words and in deeds. In other words, to say things like Mao Zedong thought has no particular importance, and oppose tooth and nail the Maoist line, and Maoism in the name of Mao is a specific feature of most modern revisionism. The biggest irony of CPI ML history is that the very line for which Comrade Charu Mazumdar had been fighting up to his last breath is being opposed today in the name of Comrade Charu Mazumdar and the head office, i.e., Delhi office of the Parliament devotee. Liberation Group has been named after Charu Mazumdar. Had Mazumdar been alive, he would have had to use the terms renegade and illegitimate children of revisionism for such persons. Anyway, let us look at the arena of class struggle. The Liberation Group has given the slogan of nationalization of the land, with the devious design of opposing the revolutionary peasant movement, developing on the basis of the slogans land to the true peasants and all political power to the revolutionary peasant committees in the countryside and to mislead the peasants. As has been said earlier, the slogan of nationalization of land in the present exploitative system would benefit none other than the feudal interests. The slogan would protect the interests of none other than the landlords, jotedars, and rich peasants. In urban industrial areas, the line, style of work, and method of Liberation Group is similar to all revisionists, including CPM. We all know that Liberation Group has been raising the slogan of Left Confederation since some time back, and behind the rhetoric of this Left Confederation has been colluding with CPI and CPM. Meanwhile, CPI, CPM, and Liberation Group, together, have launched a slander campaign against the ongoing revolutionary peasant struggle, and have been conducting other counter-revolutionary activities. As far as the question of our relations with CPI, ML, Liberation Group, is concerned, we have to dwell upon history to understand them. In 1982, when unity talks on the question of joining IPF were about to break at the central level with CPI, ML, Liberation Group led by Vinod Mishra, their representative clearly said that their CC had decided to expand their work in the direction of Aurangabad and Nevada districts, which was our area of specific work. After hearing this decision, with the intention that tension did not arise between two organizations, our CC sent a letter on the 12th April 1982 to CC of Liberation Group to reconsider their plan of expanding their areas so as to pass through our areas. They, however, did not think it fit to reply. Then we sent them a reminder. After 1 year, they informed us through a brief letter that their work was going on all over Bihar. Therefore, if there was some work of MCC in some pocket, then the MMC people should sit and talk with the Bihar State-Level Committee of Liberation. But, on the whole, they did not feel the need to bring about any change in their decision. In fact, they meant that when the whole of Bihar was theirs, where did MCC come in? It was evident that the Liberation Group had replied to our letter in the spirit of Dadagiri, Big Brother attitude, that is, thinking that they were the Dada in Bihar. First, the arrogant attitude of being a big group, then spirit of Dadagiri, and now, ultimately, the inevitable role of an aggressor. Such was the attitude of the CPI, ML, Liberation Group towards us. When Vinod Mishra, the leader of CPI, ML Liberation, was alive, he had said at a press conference that he would thrash up MCC so badly that they would be compelled to sit at a round-table meeting. These facts also made it amply clear how aggressive the Liberation had become towards us. In reality, since the time the Liberation Group became totally a parliamentary party, by bringing about a basic change in their line, A large-scale infiltration of persons from the exploitative class and pro-feudal bullies began in a big way. Then the class character of the party changed first, and later, joining hands with the rulers, it was transformed into an opponent of the revolutionary peasant movement, an anti-people, and revisionist and reactionary party. With this change, the Liberation Group made various revolutionary groups of Bihar the target of attacks and murdered some revolutionary comrades as part of a well-considered policy. It attacked the MCC as well and continuously murdered our cadres and our masses, and becoming an informer of the police, connived with the police and the administration in their massacre at Matgarha, in which 11 of our activists were shot dead by the police. Then in Jharkhand, by carrying out the March to the Jumra Mountain to wipe out the MCC and the Lalkandis, the Liberation Group clearly revealed their aggressive role. Such misdeeds are still being continued. Our policy has been not to attack first, but if attacked, then it will be our right to counterattack in self-defense. The MCC considers that revisionism is a bourgeois ideology and a bourgeois theory, and we should always be prepared to retaliate against every attack by revisionism. It may be recalled that revisionism is the main danger in the present age, and therefore we cannot take a single step ahead without constantly fighting against revisionism. Thus, we must carry out a continuous struggle against revisionism in order to uphold Marxism-Leninism-Maoism on the process of unity with revolutionary forces. It is known to all that on behalf of the MCC, we have been holding talks with many communist revolutionary groups as part of our unity efforts since 1977. To succeed in this effort, we have from the very beginning been firmly following 2 or 3 basic policies. According to the policy of unity struggle unity, we held talks with the purpose of achieving unity on the very basic political questions, giving more stress on the points of differences, and making all efforts to achieve a common understanding on those points. 2. Besides discussing the political points, we also discussed about what one does or wants to do in practice. 3. We did not talk with a big group mentality. Instead, we did not make any such difference as between small group and big group. Giving equal respect and importance to all, etc., etc., we achieved both types of experiences, positive as well as negative, during our long unity efforts. We kept trying to develop upon the positive achievements, and ultimately in 2003, a qualitative leap occurred in our unity efforts. The unity process of MCC with several Maoist revolutionary groups reached a culmination. How could this success be attained? Experience has taught us that while discussing the political organizational military line, it is very necessary to give equal respect and importance to all groups that we were talking with, without making any difference between small and big groups, adopting an attitude of learning from their strong points. This was, in fact, the Marxist-Leninist-Maoist outlook to achieve correct unity with genuine Maoist revolutionaries. We would hereby present a brief report on the leap that occurred in our unity efforts. CPI Maoist. The history of the CPI Maoist has been linked with the period after the historical struggle of Naxalbari. After passing through a number of complicated problems, including the process of splits and divisions in November 1983, following the parting of ways with the reformist and economist line of UCCRI-ML, the Revolutionary Communist Centre of India, Maoist, came into existence. This group came to be known as the RCCI-M. The activities of this group were basically in Punjab. Our contact with this group was established in 1998, and the mutual relations between the two organizations gradually became close, and after 1 or 2 formal bilateral meetings, it was decided by mutual consensus that after deciding the points of unity and difference, a debate should be held to ascertain whether there is a possibility of enjoining into one party. On that basis, talks were begun on various points in a cordial atmosphere, and during the talks we came to an agreement on some basic subjects. Whereas on some other issues, there could not be agreement. It was found that the points of agreement were so strong that a merger between the two was possible. Finally, on the 1st of January 2003, unity was established between the RCCIM and the MCC, and a joint press statement was issued on behalf of both organizations. After the merger, the name of MCC was changed to MCCI. As far as the question of uniting with Maoist revolutionaries is concerned, the merger of MCC with the RCCIM was underscored as our first successful step. Many revolutionaries also welcomed this merger. RCCM. The history of RCCM has been inseparably linked with the history of MCC. Therefore, the comrades of this group have been an inseparable part of revolutionary and glorious traditions of the MCC. The then Secretary of the State Committee of West Bengal, BA, and the CC representative appointed to supervise that state, BH, had adopted extremely bureaucratic methods in trying to resolve some internal dispute that had arisen within the State Committee. This caused utter dissatisfaction within the State Committee, due to which some comrades broke relations with MCC in 1999 and formed the RCCM. The formation of RCCM on breaking from the MCC without there being any particular political difference of opinion was a sad event in the long political life of the MCC. That was how we always viewed this matter. After the parting of ways, the RCCM tried to do some work for 5 to 6 years. Subsequently, after the expulsion of the Babi group from the MCC, the RCCM established contact with the MCC, and the MCC also decided to hold talks with RCCM. Subsequently, talks began on a bilateral level, and the differences were solved through criticism, self-criticism. Thus, it merged into the MCC again. As far as the question of uniting with Maoist revolutionaries is concerned, the merger of RCCM into MCCI also emerged as an important step. CPI and ML, second CC. This organization was a part of the CPI or ML that came into existence after the demise of Charu Mazumdar. The history of the second CC has been linked with the glorious and revolutionary tradition of the CPI ML formed under the leadership of CM. After 1978, this group came to be known as the Pro-Lin Piao Group, and around 1980-82, it also built some armed struggle in some areas of Bengal and Bihar, which, however, could not advance. Owing to the question of Lin Piao, it remained isolated also from almost all the other ML groups. Moreover, this group also underwent the process of many internal crises and splits. The group of the second CC, with which we have had relations since long, tried to build an armed peasant struggle in some districts of East Bihar. The struggle was indeed built up to a certain extent, but the struggle could not develop further. We held several rounds of talks with this group, and could also arrive at agreement on some basic political issues. Due to their stand on the Lin Piao issue, however, the talks often got disrupted and could not advance. Meanwhile, an intense two-line struggle on the question of holding unity, talks with communist revolutionaries, especially with the MCC, arose within this group. Finally, many of their leaders and activists revolted against their general secretary and expressed their desire to hold unity talks with our party. As this process advanced further, they took a decision to drop the question of Lin Piao. There was not much hindrance in unity on the remaining basic questions. Some points of difference related to history, however, remained, which were not hindrances in our merger. Finally, in May 2003, the unity process between the CPI, ML, second CC, and the MCCI was completed. The importance of this unity was greater than that with the other groups. Following the formation of the CPI and ML in 1969, especially as the MCC had not joined the CPI-ML, This was the first merger of the MCCI with any constituent of the CPI, ML. That was why this event had great political significance. In the process of combining the two streams, the ML stream and the MCC stream, into one big torrent, this unity was a milestone event. CPI, ML, Naxalbari. This organization was once part of the CPI, ML. Following the demise of COM-CM, it eventually emerged as the CRC. This group followed a line that proved totally detrimental to the Indian Revolution. Finally, the basic leader of this group betrayed the revolution and joined the ruling group. Later, a part of this group formed the Maoist Unity Center, and in the year 199, together with another group, formed the CPI, ML-NB. This group held more than 5 to 6 rounds of bilateral talks with us, and the points of unity and difference were also decided. On this basis, the MCCI was of the opinion that in spite of some points of difference that remained, it was now possible to complete the merger process between the two. However, the NB could not yet take such a decision. For this reason, it is not possible to say anything for sure about the possibility of an early completion of the merger process between our two organizations. CPI, ML, Jana Shakti. This was an organization that began the stream of armed struggle under the leadership of Chandrapala Reddy, after breaking away from the inner struggle of Communist Party in the state of Andhra Pradesh. It was not part of the CPI, ML, in the early days. Later it joined SNS and others, and thus deviated. Then it got splintered into several groups. Recently, one of its groups, being influenced by the unfolding revolutionary struggles under the leadership of PW and MCCI in Andhra, Bihar, etc., reviewed the work of their organization and thought of molding themselves into this stream. On this basis, they offered holding talks with us. 2 or 3 meetings were also held with them in the recent past. A meaningful result of these talks can also be seen. It can be said that we are still in the phase of holding talks with them. Plain speaking about the Central Committee. Comrades, considering the growth today of the revolutionary struggle in various areas, particularly in Jharkhand, Bihar, North Bihar, West Bengal, Assam, Chhattisgarh, Punjab, UP, and Uttarakhand, has our CC become so efficient and capable enough as to be able to give leadership in matters of theoretical, political, organizational, and military activities? No, it is true that it has not become so. In fact, in every phase, that is, at every twist and turn of the advancement of the struggle, the weakness of the Central Committee has emerged clearly in providing political, organizational, and military direction and orientation, and in waging timely theoretical, political, and ideological struggle against the wrong line, and in writing articles, documents, etc. It is not sufficient for the members on any committee, particularly the highest committee, to work only in one area wholeheartedly. On the contrary, along with work in an area, there should be a division of various responsibilities among each member to carry out efficiently the tasks of the 7 squads, namely press, propaganda, and literature, courier, medical, espionage, weaponry, and such departments. We should understand well that even while advancing the revolutionary struggle, should the above departments not be given shape and substance, there would inevitably be obstacles in our further advancement. Moreover, there should be a division of responsibilities of various fronts among the committee members. In today's situation, when on the one hand, the task of achieving correct unity among communist revolutionaries, and on the other, that of taking the ongoing armed struggle to a higher level has fallen on our shoulders, then there should be a division of all such responsibilities and tasks even within the CC. It is very necessary to pay attention to another aspect. As the revolutionary class struggle advances, it is very necessary for the leadership to be more dynamic, creative, diligent, devoted, active, and capable in every respect. All these qualities can be achieved only step by step with the utmost effort. A casual attitude and stereotyped methods of work would be obstacles towards this end. We must wage constant struggle against these attitudes. We must adopt the method of struggling against our weakness ourselves. Comrades, the CC calls upon you all to make constructive criticism about the functioning of the CC and about our CCMs. Only on passing through the process of criticism and self-criticism could we get more tempered and be quite capable of solving even the most difficult problems. Maintain the tradition of simple living and hard work in the party organization and adopt the style of being always modest and humble. It's well known that when it comes to the style of living as well, there are two classes, two kinds of outlook. The proletariat is habituated to living a simple life and doing hard work. Naturally, the qualities of simple living and hard work in the party of proletariat are most important. However, it is evident from history that leaders of phony communist parties, donning the name of Communist Party, have from the very beginning been practicing the bourgeois style of life, that is, an easygoing and luxurious life. In reality, in so-called communist parties, the style of simple living and hard working would be totally non-existent. The most amazing thing, however, is that even the pro-establishment Naxalites in our country, who talk of Naxalism and Mao, have a distaste for the style of simple living and hard work. It seems that in their opinion, the style of simple living and hard work is nothing but a left deviation. In fact, even in the revolutionary camp, much is said about simple living and hard work, but there are people who avoid practicing it. Therefore, continue the efforts for the solution of problems related to central organ. It is a fact that our CC has not yet been able to run our central organ the way it should be run. That is why we have not been able to continue its regular publication. Our organs are published, even though irregularly, in Bengali, Hindi, and some other languages. However, about the publication of the organ in English, there is not worth mentioning. Moreover, the publication of our organ in Assamese, Oriya, and Punjabi has also virtually not materialized. This happens to be our great weakness. Particularly when we want to introduce the line of the MCCI to the Maoist revolutionaries of all over India in order to unite with them, this weakness is extremely detrimental. We are aware that we are quite far from Lenin's definition of the organ. That is why we are seriously thinking of overcoming our grave shortcomings. We shall take some measures by and by in order to overcome this shortcoming. For example, in spite of the innumerable problems that may encounter, organizing regular meetings of the editorial board and of the team of translators, etc., etc., we would appeal to senior cadres as well to write articles and try to send them. Our comrades should be adept at writing political and theoretical articles. But we must keep in mind that the way of living in cities far from the battleground on the pretext of publishing the organ regularly would not work. On the contrary, we would have to make the rural areas the center of everything. Some difficulties would arise in doing so, but avoiding the rural area to get around such difficulties would not be permissible. We have to find the solution for the difficulties keeping in mind the line of protracted people's war. Furthermore, it would also be necessary to manage the publishing department so that we could efficiently produce the necessary Marxist literature as per the planning of the Central Committee. With Great Mao and Mao's China no longer in existence, we must publish all the necessary writings and books ourselves. Therefore, it is an essential task for the future to advance our work in this direction. It is an urgent duty to build 7 departments as 7 squads for accurately waging the people's war. We are all well aware that to make revolution, it is essential to have a revolutionary party. Under the leadership of such a party, a powerful army and united front are essential. All the 3 are called the magic weapons for accomplishing the revolution. Comrade Mao said, "The seizure of power by armed force, the settlement of the issue by war, is the central task and the highest form of revolution." This Marxist-Leninist principle of revolution holds good universally, for China and for all other countries. Problems of war and strategy. According to this teaching, we too would have to build the state machinery of the people, or build the rule of people by smashing the dictatorial state machinery, army, police, and bureaucracy of the reactionary ruling groups through war. If we actually have to wage a war, then the party and the people's army would be the first and second important weapons. It is certain that the party that would build the war would also have to shoulder the responsibility of some other important tasks, or else it would either be impossible to build and conduct the war or remain mere idle talk. These important tasks are called the building of 7 squads. Thus, the party that would want to build and conduct the war would have to make special efforts along with all the other tasks to also build the 7 squads. Why do we call them squads? That is so, because the line of our revolution is such that unless we go about our work with the mentality of building war, we would not be able to take even a step along the path of revolution. Since our war is basically a guerrilla war, and since we must remain very mobile in the early period in fighting against a powerful enemy, we must necessarily think about building the above 7 types of departments in a mobile situation as we would build of squads, not in any other way. These 7 squads would be 1. Propaganda, 2. Press, literature, and party education, 3. Courier, 4. Den, pocket, shelter, 5. Espionage, 6. Ordnance and technical, including production unit, and 7. Medical. Enrich the correct line of the MCC through actual practice on the nationality question. It is well known to all that semi-colonial, semi-feudal India is a multinational country. The people of various nationalities are economically, politically, linguistically, educationally, and culturally in different stages of development, and also have their own specific peculiarities and national traditions. On the one hand, there are one or more somewhat developed nationalities, and on the other, there are such nationalities too that are forced to live in somewhat backward conditions and could not as yet get organized as a nation. In the advanced nationalities of the country, influential, reactionary, and comprador big bourgeois classes, in collusion with imperialism, have since long been perpetuating ruthless exploitation and atrocities on other nationalities and minority national groups. All Marxist-Leninists know that the problem of the present nationalities is an international problem, an inseparable part of the national liberation revolution. Besides, the nationality problem in present times is basically a peasant problem. The overwhelming majority of any nationality is the peasantry. The peasant masses are the principal army of a nationality movement. Should they be ignored, it would be impossible to build a powerful national movement. Refusing to accept this would amount only to minimizing the democratic spirit and strength inherent in the nationality movement. Therefore, the nationality problem in present times cannot be separated from the new democratic revolution. While being an inseparable part of the national and democratic revolution, i.e., new democratic revolution, the nationality movement is also an inseparable part of the world proletarian revolution. In our opinion, it would be a mistake to negate the revolutionary role of the national bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie in the nationality movement. Generally, the national bourgeois and petty bourgeois classes are the ones who initiate the nationality struggle with their class interests. In present times, however, the national bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie cannot provide leadership to the national struggle. They cannot lead the nationality struggles through to their ultimate victory. They would betray them midway, or utilize the nationality struggle like all other struggles for their narrow class interests. For example, Lal Denga, the leader of the Mizo National Front, has done this, and at present, some leaders of the Jharkhand movement are doing the same. It is clear as daylight that leaders of the parties related to the Jharkhand movement have made compromises with the oppressor ruling class and their government, forsaking the interests of the Jharkhand movement. Moreover, the petty bourgeoisie does not ever hand over the leadership of the nationality struggles to the communists, nor is it possible to establish the leadership of the proletariat or the leadership of the communists over any struggle without opposing the bourgeois or petty bourgeois politics, and without arousing the masses with the revolutionary consciousness. Communists can establish their leadership over the nationality struggle, as in other struggles, only by keeping revolutionary politics in command, by very patiently freeing the masses from the influence of petty bourgeois narrow nationalism in the light of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, and maintaining their initiative and political and organizational independence. Only by doing so can we combine the struggles of the nationalities with the stream of the new democratic revolution of India and of world revolution. Only thus can we wage the nationality struggle while coordinating it with internationalism and equipping it with the class outlook along the correct path of national revolutionary struggle. This is what we mean by the leadership of the communists in the nationality struggle. Our organization has, while determining since the very beginning a clear-cut line and tasks on the nationality problem and the duty of communists, advanced work in nationality-populated areas. Even on this question, there are some important articles written by our leader, Comrade K.C., between 1968 and 1982. Our organization is today committed to give practical shape to the very line that Com K.C. had formulated. We should analyze the results of implementation of the said policy in practice in Jharkhand. We have been able to build a revolutionary agrarian struggle by focusing on an agrarian revolutionary agenda, including the agenda of minor and major struggles on various problems, by starting to raise the daily problems of masses on our own initiative and independent agenda, according to the specificity of the concrete situation of this backward area, according to the level of thinking and consciousness and fighting mood of the masses. In this process, the Revolutionary Peasant Committees came into existence as a popular and an influential organization in large areas of Jharkhand. The masses have seized more than 20-30,000 acres of land under the leadership of the Revolutionary Peasant Committee so far, and the struggle for the protection of forests and for establishing the possession of the masses over the forests continues. In the period of agrarian revolutionary guerrilla struggle, the building of platoons and companies ISE, PLGA from the self-defense squads, people's militia squads, and some LRGS has been a significant aspect in a nationality-populated area. With the help of this PLGA, the people have dealt and are still dealing powerful blows to the private armies of the class enemies. Besides, other mass organizations are also playing an important role. Along with building the struggle with our independent initiative and independent program, we are trying to forge a united agenda with various organizations of the Jharkhand movement whenever, wherever, and to whatever extent possible. Efforts are continuing to gradually strengthen the unity through constructive criticism of the narrow class ideology and the counter-revolutionary words and deeds on the basis of correct goal and path. The concrete truth is that our relations with the fighting cadres of Jharkhand are becoming closer and closer day by day. Experience has shown us that primarily, depending upon the independent initiative and independent program, and with political and organizational independence, a united program can be launched jointly with the Jharkhand-loving fighting cadres and masses. And very patiently, they can be freed from the influence of the petty bourgeois politics and petty bourgeois narrow nationalism step by step, and can be directed along the path of correct revolutionary nationality struggle enriched with the class consciousness. The struggle that has been built under the leadership of our organization in the nationality-populated area and is now marching forward has been able to draw out able communist cadres from among the backward oppressed nationalities. These cadres, as the vanguard of the working class, are consistently making efforts to draw away the broad masses of the negative aspects. Our journey since our inception has covered a long period till today, and it has been a very challenging journey. It was as challenging from inside as it was outside. There have also been some negative aspects during this long period. They are following. The opportunist elements within our organization remained ensconced in the highest committee of our organization for a long time, which caused a substantial loss to the organization, and the development in political and military spheres remained obstructed. In particular, the task of making the party more dynamic and active, while viewing it as a unity of opposites and implementing this law in a lively manner, was highly obstructed. The task of developing all military aspects, the military line, military organization, military activities, etc., also was highly obstructed. This was a manifestation of treading the beaten track for a long time. For a mature Communist Revolutionary Party organization, remaining engaged in armed clashes for such a long time with another revolutionary organization and not being able to work out a correct political solution at the earliest was also a negative experience. Whatever the CC did in connection with educating the entire ranks on the party line and on other topics was less than the required. In comparison with whatever achievements we could gain in our work in countryside, in accordance with our line, the development of our work in the urban areas was far less. Positive achievements. Our journey had commenced with the objective of drawing a clear-cut line of demarcation with revisionism and of building the three magic weapons of revolution on having determined a revolutionary line, so that after the successful completion of the new democratic revolution of India, the path could be paved for the world proletarian revolution. All that we could do towards achieving this goal could be called our positive achievements. These are following. In this long period, we were able to defeat the old and new revisionism inside and outside of organization in theory and practice, and were successful in advancing and developing our revolutionary theoretical line on the basis of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. We were also successful in advancing our strategic and tactical line, and were able to advance and develop it to the present situation. 3. We could adopt a strong party program. We were successful in uniting with genuine revolutionaries of the CPI, ML, and with genuine revolutionaries, the MCCI. Besides, we were also able to unite with various Maoist forces. In the international arena, too, we were successful in our efforts at uniting with Maoist revolutionaries. Today, we are on the verge of achieving historical success in forming an all-India Maoist party. In order to be efficient in all military matters, we have built a central Military Commission, CMC. We formed the PLGA with the objective of forming a People's Army and base area, and advanced our military line. Besides, we are now engaged in the task of building guerrilla base areas. We are in a position to play an effective role in rallying the various forces at our initiative in the building of a strategic and tactical united front. We have been successful in expanding the armed agrarian, revolutionary guerrilla war, and protracted people's war on our own independent initiative, and in advancing and spreading the revolutionary struggle. We were able to wage struggles at one advanced level after another in all old and new areas of struggle, and in building able commands and commanders, and the army. We were successful in building revolutionary culture. We have also been engaged in constructive development of our economic policy and the task of economic production. Some of our specificities. During the 40 years from the second half of 1964 till the present day, our organization first came to be widely known as the Chinta and Dakshindesh Group, assumed the name Maoist Communist Center, MCC, in 1969 under the leadership of our founder leader and teacher, Comrade KC, went on while following and carrying forward his line after his death in 1982 to unite with several Maoist revolutionary groups in 2003 and acquired the name Maoist Communist Center of India, MCCI. Meanwhile, all over India, MCCI earned recognition as a front-ranking main revolutionary organization. The question is, what have been the specific features of the MCCI that enabled us to emerge through numerous unfavorable circumstances from the stage of inception as a very small organization and assume the form of the relatively large organization that it has become today? First specific feature: drawing a clear line of demarcation theoretically and practically with revisionists on political and organizational and every matter. This is such a point which, if not solved in a proper way, would stand in the way of advancing towards building a correct line and correct revolutionary struggle, and could confront us as an hurdle even if we could make some advance to an extent. Second specific feature: the document Strategy and Tactics presented in 1969 provided such a strong foundation on whose strength we could, while analyzing the concrete situation of India, reject the path of elections and the question of participating in elections, and adopt the path of armed agrarian revolution and protracted people's war as the only path of liberation. Third specific feature: while adopting an outlook to advance the protracted people's war, always stressing from the very beginning that to carry out the primary, principal, and central task of building the People's Army and Red Base area, some favorable areas would have to be selected as strategic areas. In accordance with our strength and capacity, we made and are still making efforts to advance our work by adopting a concomitant cadre policy. Fourth specific feature: in order to constitute the leading bodies of the body, we could take the combination of theory and practice as the correct method of leadership, and with those comrades who had advanced through this process, we could form a team of leading comrades, however few they might have been in number. On this basis, we could more or less maintain a continuity of leadership. In spite of some very difficult situations following the demise of Com KC and Com Amulya Sen, there was no division in our organization. Instead, we could uninterruptedly advance their line while forging better unity in the organization. Fifth specific feature: while firmly carrying out the class line and the mass line, we could prepare such sons and daughters of the soil from among the basic classes, however few they may be in number, who are today providing capable and adept leadership to the party and revolution. We have noted above only some of our many specific features. As a matter of fact, only while remaining steadfastly on the correct line and policy, and correct method and style, drawing a clear line of demarcation on political and organizational matters with the revisionist standpoint and path, adopting the course of revolutionary struggle on the basis of revolutionary theory, uniting with genuine Maoist revolutionaries and taking the Indian Revolution ahead with firm determination towards victory, was our organization built soon after the revisionist 7th Congress of the CPI-M in 1964, as the Maoist Communist Center, MCC, in 1969, and as the Maoist Communist Center of India, MCCI, now since 2003. The formation of CCOMPOSA in South Asia has been a very significant aspect for the development of the revolutionary movement in entire region. It is known to all that South Asia is currently passing through a period of revolutionary struggle. In particular, the ongoing People's War in Nepal has been playing a special role in it. Moreover, the agrarian revolutionary guerrilla struggle, that is, people's war under the leadership of MCCI and CPI, MLPW, has been growing more and more intense in large areas of India. At the same time, with Maoist parties taking birth in Bangladesh, Bhutan, etc., possibilities of growth of the armed revolution can be visualized. It can be said in a nutshell that South Asia, along with the whole of Asia, have emerged as a storm center of revolution. In such a situation, in 2001, an organization called the Coordination Committee of Maoist Parties and Organizations of South Asia, CPI, with 11 organizations of Nepal, India, Bangladesh, Bhutan, and other countries, was formed centered upon South Asia. As a result, we have now to think in terms of establishing on the scale of South Asia cooperation between the advancing revolutionary struggles and extending help to each other. Although there is still no uniformity of thought among all the members regarding the goal, purpose, and program of CPI, yet we have been able to, and are continuing to, take up some programs at the initiative of CPI. An irregular magazine is also being published on behalf of CPI. In our appraisal, with the formation of CPI, imperialism, particularly U.S. imperialism, and all the comprador ruling groups of South Asia have taken fright, and contrarily, the revolutionary masses of South Asia are happy and glad over this development. Today, when all the reactionary rulers are uniting in the name of opposing terrorism under the leadership of the ringleader of imperialism, U.S. imperialism, the role of CPI and the necessity of giving it a concrete shape have increased manifold. It is hoped that the next step and tasks of CPI would be determined with this in view. Relations with international organizations. On our relations with the RIM. This organization, named Revolutionary Internationalist Movement, RIM, has been the organization that took the initiative to form an international organization by bringing together the Maoist forces of several countries. Our relations with RIM were established way back in 1996. In October 1997, the first formal important meeting with the representatives of RIM was held. In this first meeting, there was a debate on our mutual understanding on some basic political issues, such as the evaluation of the imperialist crisis, the question of era, the question on the necessity of forming of international organization, the question of the fundamental contradictions and principal contradiction at the international level on Maoism, etc. Both sides tried to understand each other's views. During this process, a preliminary opinion was formed on where there was agreement and where there were differences between the two sides. It was decided to have further discussion on the points of difference at the next meeting. The second meeting was held in September 1999. No discussion was, however, held in this meeting on the points of differences. The talks were centered on the mutual clashes between the MCC and the CPI, MLPW, and the way to solve this. Further, we expressed our consent on the necessity of proceeding to form an international organization. The opinion of our CC was that during the past 165 years of the communist movement, there have been both positive and negative experiences on the question of the Communist International. In spite of this, it was necessary to proceed towards the formation of an international organization in a new way by taking the lessons from the past experiences in order to give concrete shape to the slogans, "Workers of the World Unite" and "Workers and Oppressed Peoples of the World Unite." We thought that, although there were numerous problems on the question of an international organization, it was yet necessary for us to take a positive decision in order to solve these problems while grappling with them. Then, in November-December 2000, our third meeting with the representatives of RM was held, whereupon a frank debate and discussion were conducted for several days on various points of differences, and finally, a common understanding was formed on some basic points. In that meeting itself, we presented 32 points for amendment on the three basic documents of RIM. In April 2002, the fourth meeting was held with RIM, and it was in that meeting that the RIM gave membership to the MCC. From then on, the MCC existed as a member organization within the fold of the RIM. However, many problems still remain. Even so, we had taken the decision of implementing the Marxist-Leninist-Maoist policy of continuing talks and debates with the RIM for the solution of the problems through the policy of unity, struggle, unity. On our relations with the CPI Maoist. Our relations with the CPI Maoist date back to 17 to 18 years ago. It was clear that the fraternal relations between us were very strong and remained based on mutual cooperation. It is known to the whole world that the People's War was initiated in Nepal under the leadership of CPI Maoist in 1996, and the People's War gradually became more and more intensive. Today, the People's War rocks not Nepal alone, but also the entire South Asia. Not only that, the red flag of People's War that loftily flies high atop the peaks of the Himalayas under the leadership of CPI Maoist has generated new enthusiasm in the Maoist movement the world over. We know that U.S. imperialism and its ardent follower, the expansionist Indian government, are making every possible effort to crush the People's War of Nepal. Foiling the above evil designs and helping the ongoing People's War would mean to broaden and intensify the People's War in India. We shall certainly continue to pay special attention to this aspect of help. Besides, we shall also pay special attention to the task of exchanging views between two of us on political issues from time to time. Epilogue. From the review of our long political and organizational work, it is evident that we have been successful in developing from a small group to an all-India party while advancing through the process of building and developing the armed agrarian revolutionary guerrilla struggle and protracted People's War, and firmly practicing the policy of unity struggle. Unity. Moreover, we are now at an historical juncture, having reached the stage of building of the People's Army and base area. It also emerged that only in the process of adopting a correct line and carrying it out resolutely in practice would it be possible to establish genuine unity with the real revolutionary and fighting elements, be it in the field of class struggle or in the field of self-determination of nationalities. A correct line could get established only through correct practice. Provided a line may be correct, it does not matter if it takes time to get established. The review so far reveals that in order to achieve unity, it is necessary to persevere on the correct line. Deviating from the line merely for the sake of unity would be equivalent to abandoning revolution, whereas unity achieved while persevering on the correct line would be powerful and strong as rock. Following the stereotype method for a long time would be an obstacle for the qualitative development of an organization. Therefore, taking proper decisions at every stage of development in a creative way would advance the phase of qualitative development. The decision of 1999 regarding the arrangement of the portraits of leaders. The decision of 2000 to unilaterally stop the armed clashes with the PW. The decision on using the term Maoism in place of Mao thought. The decision of advancing the process of unity with genuine revolutionaries, etc., were absolutely correct decisions taken at correct time. These decisions created a stir among all elements, both good and bad, inside and outside the organization. It helped to separate out the bad elements and help the good elements take a qualitative and historical leap. The above decisions energized us, as does electricity, helping develop the military line of our party, form the PLGA, and launch an initiative towards building a guerrilla base area. The most amazing achievement was that these decisions instilled among good elements confidence upon their own strength, and shattered their dependence on others. Today, our organization has acquired importance in the national and international arena and has become the center of hopes and aspirations of the masses. The main reason for all this was nothing but adherence to the correct line and the correct method of work. Some aspects of party history. MMCCI stand on building a unified revolutionary communist party in India. The unification of the MCCI and the CPI-ML, PGBYABU, i.e., the great merger of these two revolutionary streams, is an historic event that has tremendous significance in the realm of the progress of the communist movement and the development of revolutionary struggles in India. Consequently, the necessity of a unified all-India party guided by Marxism-Leninism-Maoism as a guarantee of the victory of revolution would be fulfilled. It goes without saying that this unification is taking place at such a juncture when the international communist movement passes through a phase of crisis and poses a historic challenge to communist revolutionaries. After the defeat of the Great Paris Commune of 1871, the Russian proletariat, led by the Bolshevik Party with the great Lenin and Stalin at its helm, smashed the bourgeois state machinery through an armed revolution, establishing the world's first-ever political rule of the proletariat and building socialism. Thereafter, the Communist Party of China, led by the great Mao Zedong, smashed the imperialist feudal state through protracted people's war and built a new democratic state and socialist state. In the wake of the Second World War, a huge socialist camp emerged with the countries of East Europe and North Vietnam, North Korea, Mongolia, etc., encompassing one-third of the prevailing world population. However, soon after the death of great Stalin on the 5th of March, 1953, the rise of treacherous Khrushchev revisionism led to the political rule changing hands from those of the proletariat to those of the bourgeoisie, and in this way the Great November Revolution was defeated after 36 years or so. In the days to come, other states too abandoned the socialist road and took to the capitalist road. In just the same way, after the death of great Mao Zedong on the 9th of September 1976, the capitalist roaders of the likes of the Deng Hua clique, which was laying in wait within the CPC, captured state power from the proletariat and led socialist China to her degeneration into a bourgeois state. In the situation prevailing today, the proletariat does not hold state power anywhere in the world, and there is no more a socialist system anywhere. In this phase of crisis for the international communist movement, when the principal danger remains that of revisionism, the great merger of the two revolutionary parties in the interest of world revolution and the Indian Revolution has posed a significant challenge to world imperialism and all reactionary forces and revisionists. The two revolutionary parties that emerged and developed in the country have constituted two independent streams. Although the two independent streams have had the same aims and objectives, yet they had not transformed into one great current for so long owing to differences on ideological, political, and organizational questions. Some discussion is necessary today about these two independent streams. Opportunism and revisionism had entrenched itself into the Indian communist movement from the very beginning. In the background of the merger of the two streams, it is very much relevant to discuss this historical aspect of the struggle against the revisionism in the Indian communist movement and of the emergence and development of agrarian revolutionary politics in India in the light of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. Modern revisionism arose with traitor Khrushchev's slander, malicious propaganda, and attacks on great Stalin at the 20th Congress of the CPSU in 1956, and promulgation of three venomous theories, that of peaceful transition, peaceful competition, and peaceful coexistence, and thereafter theories such as the state of the whole people and the party of the whole people in the 22nd Congress in 1961. These revisionist theories became the focus of a big debate that commenced in the communist movement the world over. Under the leadership on Mao Zedong, the CPC launched an open debate to expose Khrushchev's revisionism in order to defend the unity of the world communist movement and to defend Marxism-Leninism from revisionism. Through 9 important documents in succession, it exposed the real nature of the anti-Stalin propaganda and the poisonous weeds of Khrushchev's revisionism. It was this theoretical debate on the international communist movement between the Soviet Union and China that came to be known as the Great Debate. Under the influence of the Great Debate, a worldwide polarization began in the international communist movement between the revisionist stream led by the CPSU and the revolutionary stream of Marxism-Leninism led by the CPC. This culminated to the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, the GPCR. This brought about a new division on the entire world plane. New Marxist-Leninist parties, adopting Marxism-Leninism-Mao thought, now Maoism, as the guiding ideology began to take birth. The ideological, theoretical, and political struggle against revisionism in the Communist Party of India and the emergence and development of the revolutionary stream must be seen in the background of the continuity of the Great Debate and the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. The two-line struggle, with the Great Debate between the Soviet Union and China as its focus, eventually sharpened in the Indian Party. In the wake of the reactionary Indian government's attack on China in 1962, this debate sharpened and deepened further. The Soviet Party supported the Indian government, assailing China as the attacker. A section of the party led by Denge, which had upheld Khrushchev's line during the Great Debate, supported the Indian government. Some from the other section of the leadership, Jyoti Basu, Nambudripad, and others, made a pretense of neutrality on the Sino-Indian border dispute in a bid to save their skin. Despite having said some things against Khrushchev's revisionism during the Great Debate, this section of the leadership was not in agreement with all issues in the line of the Chinese party. Besides these sections, another upheld the Chinese stand and declared that the Indian government was the attacker. Making the border dispute the basis, the Indian government arrested under the India Security Act all but Dange's followers in hordes who had supported China and called India the attacker. Among the leaders and cadres languishing in prisons in these fiery circumstances, the debate raged on questions such as on what should be the path of Indian revolution. Would it be the parliamentary path or the path of armed struggle? Would it be the path of Russian revolution or the path of Chinese revolution? On the question of strategy and tactics, and the causes for the failure of the Telangana struggle, and so on. In fact, the party was divided in jail itself on ideological and political issues, broadly among 2 major sections. A large section of those occupying the leadership posts on the one hand, and on the other, a small section of the leadership comrades, along with the larger section of militant cadres. On coming out of the jails, some comrades, while opposing Khrushchev's revisionism and the Dengeists, also raised questions on the aim and path of the Indian Revolution, the forms and methods of struggle, and so on. They wanted to know why, despite the fact that the Communist Party of India and the Communist Party of China were formed around the same time, how is it that the Chinese party could uproot imperialism-feudalism through a protracted people's war, seizing power and establishing socialism, while we lagged behind so much? Was a revolutionary situation not seen ever before in our country? Had the workers, peasants, and toiling masses of India not taken up arms time and again against domestic and foreign exploitation, rule, and oppression? Had not the common activists of the Communist Party of India presented shining examples of boundless courage, self-sacrifice, and commitment? Even so, why had the heroic struggles of the Indian masses failed again and again? Why could they not advance to victory? Confronted with all these crucial questions, the then phony pro-Chinese leadership got wind of the vast section of party cadres' frame of mind of supporting the China. Thus, this section of the leadership branded those who had supported Khrushchev's line as revisionist, cajoling the cadres that they themselves were also in support of the Chinese party and in support of revolution. Cleverly, they avoided the above questions, kept insisting upon holding the Seventh Congress as a means to steer the party away from revisionism and onto the road to revolution, and assuring cadres that there would be a debate on all these questions in the Congress. Finally, in November 1964, calling for the Seventh Party Congress, they split the party. Incidentally, it must be mentioned here that prior to the Seventh Congress, there was a Calcutta District Conference on the documents that were to be placed before the Congress. Comrade Kanhai Chatterjee was also a delegate at this conference. Branding the Seventh Congress document as revisionist, he presented a parallel document. When this document was put to vote, he had 11 votes in favor. As a result of his speech, in which he termed the Seventh Congress document as a Dange Brand document, he was insulted in various ways and warned that his party card may be snatched away. The Communist Party of India, Marxist, was formed at the Seventh Congress, held with much grandeur. However, the Congress invariably sidestepped all the statements made and questions raised by several cadres much before the Congress. On the question of the Great Debate, they did not produce any document to take some concrete stand. In this way, they adopted a centrist stance. As a matter of fact, the party formed at this Congress was just another revisionist party. Its leadership was in the complete grip of revisionists and opportunists. The program adopted by this Congress was nothing but a cocktail of right and left opportunism, with Khrushchevite revisionism, bearing the label of Marxism-Leninism. In reality, it was a revisionist program from head to foot. It was so much so that the leaders of the party even refused to call India as the attacker on the question of the Sino-Indian War. Thus they continued playing the role of loyal agents of imperialism and feudalism, similar to Dengjiists. In this situation, the genuine revolutionary section within the party thought it justified to rebel. Since stepping out of imprisonment, Comrade Kanhai Chatterjee and Comrade Amulya Sen, with Calcutta as their center, and Comrade Charu Mazumdar and others, with Darjeeling as center, had been conducting an ideological struggle against the party leadership and the revisionist line of the party. The struggle against revisionism was carried on among the cadres of Calcutta, Howrah, and Hooghly, under the leadership of Comrade Kanhai Chatterjee and Comrade Amulya Sen, and in Tripura, under the leadership of Comrade Chandra Shekhar Das. In order to wage an ideological struggle against revisionism in an effective and organized manner, they secretly formed a revolutionary center within the CPI soon after the Seventh Congress was over in 1964. Under the leadership of this center, a magazine by the name of Chinta was published since March 1965, wherein documents were published against revisionism, and it was circulated secretly in the party. Altogether, 6 such issues were published from March 1965 to mid-1966. The topics dealt with in the documents published therein were as follows: I. The class character of the Indian state. 2. The path of Chinese revolution as the path of revolution. 3. The role of PL 480 as a weapon of neo-colonial exploitation. Val. The program of the Seventh Congress and the nature of the revisionist leadership, and Indian Revolution and the peasant question, etc. A debate ensued in the party on the basis of these documents. The revisionist leadership took fright at this. In Desh Hitaishi, the organ of the West Bengal State Committee of the party, the leadership attacked the documents carried in Chinta through a series of articles claimed to be authored by Ashok Mukherjee under the title Revisionism and the Sectarian Trend, and distorted the statements in Chinta, propagating them among the party cadres. In the same vein, the attacks continued through the columns of their English organ, People's Democracy, and the Hindi organ, Swadhinata. Despite all this, a debate spread throughout the party, and even the mass organizations and supporters outside the party began to debate. On assessing the situation, the secretly published Chinta was closed down, and in its place was begun the publication of the open magazine called Dakshin Desh. All the comrades who upheld the political line carried in Chinta first and Dakshin Desh later were united into an organization. This organization came to be known then as the Dakshin Desh Group. At the end of 1966, the Dakshin Desh Group came into contact with some comrades of Darjeeling district. In early 1967, before the Naxalbari struggle, Comrade Kanhai Chatterjee had a long talk with Comrade Charu Mazumdar. In those circumstances, despite having agreement on various basic issues, Comrade Kanhai Chatterjee could not agree with the candidature of Jangal Santhal in the general elections of 1967. Both leaders felt mutual closeness. Both leaders felt the need to intensify the ideological struggle against revisionism on the one hand, and to carry ahead the work in the peasantry areas according to our capacity, on the other, and it was also decided to maintain close contact with each other. The fact is that prior to the Spring Thunder over India, the historic Naxalbari revolt in May 1967, until after the formation of the CPI ML in 1969, the Dakshin Desh Group built an organization in Calcutta, Howrah, Hooghly, Midnapore, Burdwan, Birbhum, 24 Parganas, and other districts. Alongside an organization was also built then in Assam and Tripura, and an initiative had been taken to start work in what was then Bihar by increasing our contact there. Nevertheless, after the Naxalbari struggle, a Naxalbari Sangharsh Sahayak Committee was formed to support the struggle. Comrade Charu Mazumdar and Comrade Kanhai Chatterjee met again in September 1967. Along with other issues, the two leaders were in agreement on uniting under a coordination the large number of cadres who had come out of the revisionist party in revolt, rather than leaving them in an unorganized state. Thereafter, on 12–13 November 1967, the All India Coordination Committee of Revolutionaries, AICCR, was formed. This committee adopted 4 important resolutions. Later, on May 14, 1968, a manifesto was published under the name of All India Coordination Committee of Communist Revolutionaries, AICCCR. The Coordination Committee and our relations with it. As a consequence of the staunch and unstinted support extended by the Chinese Party to the Naxalbari struggle and the unmasking of the CPM leadership, it was most natural for an atmosphere of political tumult to be created all over the country. An unprecedented opportunity came forth for the formation of a truly revolutionary party, well equipped with revolutionary theory and the revolutionary style of work. As was very natural, we had imposed faith upon the leaders of Naxalbari to play a vanguard role in this work. During the talks with Comrade Charu Mazumdar soon after the Naxalbari struggle, we had expressed the opinion we held that those who had come out in support of the Naxalbari movement should be brought into a coordination rather than leaving them in an unorganized state. However, we never had the view that among those that had come to rally around the Naxalbari struggle, all had the similar opinions on matters of ideology, principle, style, and method, or that all were genuine revolutionaries. It was precisely for this reason that even while expressing our opinion in favor of forming a coordination committee, we emphasized that it was essential to follow a consistent policy and method of work in forging a revolutionary party and revolutionary struggles, uniting those who could be united through a process of building a people's army and base areas, on the basis of a revolutionary policy and style, that is, bringing together only those who were revolutionary both in words as well as deeds, we stressed upon adopting a consistent policy to build a revolutionary party in the true sense. At the time when we had talked with Comrade Charu Mazumdar, he and others had agreed with this line. After joining the coordination, we naturally proposed within and outside the coordination that this line be carried out. Concretely speaking, our objective was precisely to forge unity among genuine revolutionaries on the basis of a correct policy and style, and through the process of revolutionary practice, and also to dissolve our independent center, gradually uniting under a single center. It was with this objective that we joined the Coordination Committee in West Bengal, Bihar, and Assam. In fact, our entire practice was being conducted in the name of the coordination. Even in building the struggles in the rural areas, rather than taking the initiative independently, we naturally insisted that the coordination should have a concerted plan and take the initiative, and that our practice and initiative should conform to the inevitable initiative of the coordination. However, due to the formation of the Coordination Committee through the same old revisionist method, only some well-known politically corrupt opportunists of most states got the opportunity to barge into the highest level of the leading committees of the coordination. These handful opportunists, ensconced in the leadership of the coordination, opposed the above correct tactical line from the very beginning. Owing to the opportunist deeds of the handful of opportunists ensconced in the leadership of the coordination, on the one hand, and the compromising policy of the liberalists on the other, far from carrying out the above tactical line, even several precise decisions taken in the coordination could not be implemented. When the opportunists ensconced in the leadership of the coordination, which was formed to unite the communist revolutionaries all over India and to build a revolutionary party and revolutionary struggles, continued with such kind of misdeeds, there naturally was opposition from communist revolutionaries, and this opposition gradually went on to take on a bitter form. In order to face this increasing opposition and to continue their wrong policies and methods, the opportunists on the one hand kept getting mobilized into undeclared groups and cliques in various places within the coordination, and on the other, constantly kept accusing us of groupism. It may be mentioned here that at the advice of some comrades, we had at one time agreed to rally under the leadership of the coordination while disbanding our organization and to hand over the Dakshin Desh magazine to the coordination. But we had some conditions. They were, for instance, that we should function by adopting a correct policy, that a draft program must be produced in accordance with the first declaration of the coordination, that instead of simply making a general appeal and allowing it to be left to spontaneity, a plan must be taken up to deploy our limited forces in order to build the armed struggle in the countryside. Actually, if this had been done, more struggles like the Srikakulam struggle could have been built in South and North India, that the method of criticism and self-criticism and the method of waging ideological struggle should be implemented, that at least one comrade should be included into the magazines of the coordination from among the editorial board of Dakshin Desh, or a joint editorial board should be constituted, and that if differences arise on any basic issue, they should not allow to be concealed or suppressed, but should be taken up for discussion within the organization, and that the line adopted after the discussion within the organization should be accepted by all. However, they did not reply us then. In these circumstances, especially when the opportunists were organized and mobilized in various undeclared cliques and groups inside and outside the coordination, and the greatest aspect of all, where the method of conducting criticism and self-criticism and ideological struggle was not at all being implemented, at such a time to unilaterally dissolve our organization and close down the Dakshin Desh magazine would actually have amounted to outright surrender to the opportunists. In this situation, some handful of opportunists ensconced in the leadership resorted to a strange splittist organizational policy inherited from the old revisionist party. All those who opposed their opportunist line, especially the supporters of the line of Dakshin Desh, especially those in West Bengal, Bihar, and Assam, were filtered out and a line adopted to reorganize the Coordination Committee. In this way, it was with the direct and indirect support of the liberalists, and owing to the conspiracies of the opportunists, that the Coordination Committee got separated from us. It needs no mention that ever since then, we have all along implemented the policy of keeping open our doors to unity with the Coordination and with the CPI, ML, PW later, continuing to support their correct policies and activities, oppose their wrong policies and activities, and conduct uncompromising struggle against the opportunists, on the one hand and on the other, while going through the process of working on the basis of a correct policy and on a correct line, uniting all those who can be united, and taking an independent initiative to work according to a plan. In fact, until then, there was no such question among us of laying stress upon taking up programs according to a plan totally independent of the coordination. This was the situation towards the end of 1968. Since the Naxalbari struggle, our practice and our successes and failures were, until then, all linked in every way with the coordination. The formation of CPI, ML, and our role. Anyway, a few months after our relations broke off with the coordination, without an objective evaluation of the work of the coordination, all of a sudden the formation of the CPI-ML party was announced. Addressing a huge public meeting at Shahid Maidan in Calcutta on May 1, 1969, Kanu Sanyal declared that a new party, the CPI-ML, had been formed in India on April 22nd, the birth anniversary of great Lenin. At the same time, he also declared that whoever remains outside the party, even after this, would be considered anti-party. In spite of all this, even after the formation of a party was declared, we maintained the hope that the leadership of the newly formed party would review the overall situation. Even then, we wished that a new unity would be forged on a new basis, through the process of an objective review and criticism, self-criticism. With this desire, we also sent a letter to the then leadership of the CPI, ML. Far from replying our letter even by way of cordiality, however, the higher committees of the Coordination Committee were given recognition as the organizational committee of the newly formed party. At the same time, it is also true that even after recognizing the newly formed CPI, ML, as a revolutionary party, the Dakshin Desh group had offered some criticism on the style and method of forming the party. With the desire to unite within the party, a letter was also sent to the leadership of the newly formed CPI, ML, calling upon them to first talk over the points of differences before we dissolve our group. The party leadership, however, did not give a reply. Orally, it asked us to disband our group and join the party. The Dakshin Desh group saw this process as dangerous for party democracy and a threat to surrender. For the present, the group decided to remain separate from the party. In reality, it was owing to the circumstances created after the formation of the CPI, ML, and failure of the attempts to unite with them that we formed the Maoist Communist Center as an independent center on October 20, 1969. To do so had in the prevailing circumstances become historically inevitable. On the unity of communist revolutionaries. In order to make the new democratic revolution successful in India, genuine revolutionaries would certainly have to unite within a single center. This is what history demands, what the revolutionaries demand, and what the rank and file and masses demand. In fact, even after we formed a revolutionary center independently in 1969 and later carried on our practice independently, we have been talking about genuine revolutionaries uniting, and have also been making efforts towards this. However, we never took unity as merely an impulsive action or as a slogan. Unification is a practical matter which can be achieved only through a proper process, method, and in the course of sincere efforts. The agenda for unification today is not limited merely to old questions. In the circumstances today, the important issues that have been thrown up are I. On the era today and Maoism. 2. The tactical line or path and tactical slogans in the present phase. Pre. The correct policy on the question of participating in and boycotting parliamentary and assembly polls. R. Regarding the use of various forms and methods of struggle, legal and extra-legal, open and secret, peaceful and armed, etc., and the correct approach towards tactical questions. V. The objectives of mass movement and mass organization, their techniques and orientation. V. The program of peasant struggles and their method and tactics. Vitens. The objectives of the formation of the United Front and its methods. V8. Propaganda agitation and their methods. And Ikes, the method of leadership. In 1976-77, when the party had been divided into several parts and after the end of the emergency, some groups of the CPI, ML, contacted us and appealed for unification. We too responded to their appeal accordingly. In the following phase, unity talks were held with almost all small and big groups of the CPI, ML. However, most groups raised such a rumpus over theory that unity talks were reduced to a kind of degenerate profligacy. On questions such as working consistently among poor and landless peasants for the area-wise seizure of power according to a concrete plan, deploying activists accordingly, viewing urban work as subordinate and subservient to rural work, determining the forms and methods of mass movement and mass struggle with the aim of building war, and determining the method of leadership that is on practical issues. They said unclear and incoherent things, rather than placing forth the points of difference and forming a consensus on them as a means to achieve unification. They stressed only upon those theoretical issues on which there was broad agreement and hastily stumbled towards unity by any means. Engels compared this kind of unity with steaming broth, which on cooling off would appear as separate grains. Naturally, our differences with them became apparent, and the unity talks ended with no concrete result. At that time, we felt closeness towards the CPI, ML, unity organization, and friendly relations were established with them. With mutual agreement, we decided to carry on our respective practice in Bihar by dividing areas. Later, the unity organization united with another group to start work with the name of CPI, ML, PU. Unity talks began with PU around 1979 to 80 and continued by maintaining fraternal relations for several years. Later, as serious differences cropped up on some political and organizational questions, the unity talks broke down, and tension and bitterness was created in the mutual relations of the two organizations since 1990. Later, this took the form of mutual clashes. The process of uniting with CPI, ML, PW, and the formation of an all-India revolutionary communist party in India, guided by Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. In October 1981, unity talks commenced at the level of the highest delegations of the CPI, ML, PW, and the MCC. A lengthy discussion took place then for 8 days between the two main leaders, Comrade Kanhai Chatterjee and Kondapalli Sitharamaiah, in an extremely cordial atmosphere. Both leaders accepted that a real basis does exist for the unification of the two organizations. 3 or 4 months after that meeting, the talks remained suspended owing to the arrest of KS. Later, the talks continued with the PW leader Sathya Murthy. Then, after KS was released, the talks resumed once again, and various kinds of activities went on. Thereafter, the crisis in the Central Committee of the PW became apparent, due to which the unity talks remained suspended. During the crisis, the Central Committee of the PW suffered a split. Thereafter, in the unity talks with the PW led by KS since 1987-88, we could achieve unity on many political and organizational issues. As a consequence, unified activity in the sphere of mass organizations at the national level could spread. Around 1990, agreement was reached in regard to party unity on the name of the new party, the party organ, the series of photographs of leaders, and on preparing unified documents for a party congress. Just when the two organizations reached the verge of unity, a crisis appeared again in the PW party. So the unity talks could not proceed. Subsequently, the PW leadership removed KS from the party due to anti-party activities. After that, the unity talks resumed in 1992 with the CPI PW led by Comrade Ganapathy. The two organizations took the initiative in matters related to joint activities, and A3 was formed. Later in the process of talks, serious differences arose on many international and national issues. After several rounds of talks, when the two organizations could not resolve these differences, the unity talks broke off in May 1995. In later years, the Central Committee of MCCI reviewed the unity talks and the stalemate in the talks. In its November 2002 meeting, it concluded through consensus that we had not shown enough patience while arriving at a decision regarding the unity talks and had been hasty. The break of talks at that juncture had certainly had some negative impact, or the other, on the revolutionary forces and the masses within and outside the country. Unity talks then began between CPI, ML, PW, and CPI, ML, PU, and in 1998 both parties were united. After the unity between PW and PU, the clashes continued even with the newly formed PW. This was a black chapter of the Indian Revolution. Both the organizations failed to exercise control, causing the state of conflict to continue. Finally, on January 7, 2000, the MCC made a unilateral declaration to end the conflict, and the PW also responded in the same vein. RIM and other fraternal organizations had indeed played a role in this. Through several successive meetings, the two parties determined the means and method to ensure that the conflict may not recur. By and by, the situation normalized, and fraternal relations were re-established. In this new situation, the MCC proposed to start unity talks once again, and the PW leadership cordially accepted the proposal. Finally, in February 2003, unity talks resumed between high-powered delegations of both parties in the presence of their secretaries. The talks went on continuously for 10 days in a revolutionary environment brimming with great warmth and zeal. Resolving to a great extent their differences on international, national, and organizational as well as other issues, the two parties could arrive at mutual agreement. The leadership of both the parties expressed deep anguish and offered severe, deep, and heartfelt self-criticism for the sharp conflict that went on for so many years, which took away the lives of such valuable comrades, and not only that, also caused great losses to the Indian Revolution. With such deep realization, and in the atmosphere of mutual confidence and trust, the leadership of both the parties took an oath to prevent such a situation from arising ever again. At this juncture of victory for the ideals of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, and the proletarian line, the possibility of achieving the long-cherished unity among revolutionaries in the revolutionary communist movement of India and of building an all-India unified party is about to bear fruit. Both the parties are determined and also happy about fulfilling the demand of the revolutionaries in the country and the world, and that of our class and the broad masses. To precisely the same extent, imperialism, feudalism, revisionism, and the entire reactionary and counter-revolutionary camp is terror-struck at this process of unison. The building of a unified party brought about by defeating sectarian, dogmatist, individualist, and Big Brother viewpoints and group mentality by both the parties in the interest of Indian Revolution and by the victory of the proletarian line is a milestone that would have very long-term implications. At this epoch-making juncture of transition being experienced by the great Naxalbari movement, the real existence of two revolutionary streams that emerged and developed independently is about to create through their great union a new great revolutionary torrent, such a great torrent that would undoubtedly accomplish the tasks of realizing the dreams of our great martyr comrades and forever erasing imperialism, feudalism, and revisionism from the face of our country. This unified party shall glow with the radiance of the new rising sun and shall create a new India. This much is certain.